Scandal, hello? 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 Can you hear me a little bit better this way? Hello? Good? Okay, we're gonna get started now. All right, thanks everybody for joining us today. We're gonna get started today. Sorry, just 1 second. Okay, so so my name is Taylor Gibson. My native name is Wahadaindi, means on a new road or new path. I'm Keuka Nation, Turtle Clan. So I'm from Six Nation of Grand River. I'm also the senior researcher at Deyohaha here. So I wanted to thank everybody for joining us today. I just want to let everybody know too that I'm stepping in today for the MC. Our original MC had gotten sick the night before, so we're thinking about her today. But just so you know, I'm trying to do my best. So you have to bear with me this morning. All right, so we'll get started with Ganohnyot first, as our custom. And that guy, my neighbor Nisha Day, has what down seals, Guy Franco Avaro, named Dwight Canto, some Guy Decent, some Guava Ganohnyot. Nedine Aweza, Scanna Donatino, Nedine and Dway, Isha, Scott and Dwayne, what you go, Scott and what no one you need to get your tongue, when you go. And Danny Dwatro, it's on Wednesday, they get the glass and dog and duck one, to know hot than one who quat, they took out home, where go, he answers, Guy Decent. They could all don't get it, Scanna Donatino. Nedine Aweza, Nagago, and Sunny so going home. Nedine and Dway, no, Sidonohno. Some Wednesday, do no hot than one who got you to get your talk, and what you go. And Danny on and Dwatro, Nate's a great training on Hicko, they get a gross shot next to me, scan I do not know. Nedine a hand going for one, and then to Wednesday, Nedine or Nani Daniel, Sunny so going home. Nedine and Dway, no, it's a don't know. Nate's a great training on Hicko, need to get your talk, and what you go. And Danny on and Dwatro, Cadino, get us no gates, and he could no gates. They can go to go, Nate the 1 days, they can go away, a shot gain, and Nick Cadino, Quadiac, scan or a hot done away. Nedine don't even know it. This is no Dino get us no gates. Need to get no gates. Need to get your talk. Nang what you go. And Danny on and draw through it. So how we and that someone's other. Nega had even on you. High focus and go. But I don't know. Touch negas and how we and they didn't go to going home. They got to go snit what. Had even know the gates a tea so did know what. They can't find go. They can study how it's. They ask it. They on yargets. They can Daniel. He handed up at the Ottawa. They didn't know shucks on that. Hands for an answer Wednesday. They got it, oh yeah, and they got gates. What's can get the go? I said, what? So no what? They got it to a take on some Wednesday. They can make what he can. They got over the hap. They could just start. They didn't hot got tongue. So for that, he answered on that Wednesday. They got it, oh yeah, so he can't hit dog. It's a tea so did what? They got it, they're going to go and get exact song. They got on home. They got it. Yakto don't get so for that. He answered on that Wednesday. They got it, oh yeah, distant dash shot. Some got hit dog. A tea so did know what? They didn't. Nedine one in Dr. is standard GYND, near some guy again has shot and what else say. Nedine and Toriway on it, we go ditty no you need to get your talk and one go. And Danny on a draw to read Saka and Nick, 20 minutes with this Saka and guy for Nick shot and to Wednesday. Nedine go again, so home hard to go is, they decide wines for us. Now some go hack or handle hot Shanyong it. Nedine what, don't sit go on as good day. Nedine high for years and it's going home. Dog what your sugar in it, how you duck. Nedine touch what's up. Nedine so nigo here, sometimes from Zare, so I decent. Nedine and Toriway on it, sit on you, sit go and it's going to die, need to get your talk, nang what go. And then I on a draw through it. Gain him with again, had this yak, you know, need to kind of scan on you. Nedine going quite gain it, or did the guayson. Nedine and Toriway on it, sit on you, gain him with again, had this yak, you know, need to kind of need to get your talk, nang what go. And Danny on a draw through it, how hot gay he get in our great square this. Again, I don't know, it's one to set on it, I do not know. They didn't have to wish again something going get near or then he down shot. They didn't Toriway on it, so don't know. Come he did in our great square this, need to get your talk, one go up. And I only got me a guy in Taganonic, right? So I'll just give you like oh, that's way better. I have to like lurch over, so that's good. So I'll just kind of give you like a free translation instead of like a literal translation. So just kind of, you know, it's not like a literal thing. It's just, so the Ganohnyot or Thanksgiving address is just our, if you're not familiar with it, is just our way of giving thanks. Our culture is about gratitude and thankfulness. And so it's just the way that we gather together, that we're thankful for everybody gathered to here. We gathered for this meeting together today, and that everybody's in good health. And then lastly, we give thanks to Earth, or we say Deyohaha, the Mother our Earth. And it's just we give thanks for all the many things that she does, and I would say like just to fulfill, keep us alive. She, just like a mother, she nurtures us. She provides us a house to stay, or a place to live, and she also grows our food for us and looks after us as human beings. So we're very thankful for that, and we wrap all this up. There's much other things in there. And I encourage you to come to the Indigenous Knowledge Centre to learn more about the Deyohaha if you're interested. But that's just a really short version, and we wrap everything up, and we give thanks to Skye, the creator and maker of our bodies, and we put it all together. And then that's how we kind of hold ourselves today, just to remind ourselves to be thankful for all the things that keep us alive. There's a lot of things that we're not even aware of that's keeping us going here. So, and we'll kind of get started today. So I kind of wanted to start out with maybe like a joke or something like that so that we can kind of get into a good mood here. So what do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator. How does the ocean say hi? It waves. Okay, that's enough of those. All right. So I hope you all had a chance to enjoy some delicious snacks and coffee over there. And throughout the day, help yourself, anything like that. So I do have a little bit of other announcements too before we get right into the agenda. So note for the first break on our agenda, t-shirts like we have here are available at the door there, and they're free. You don't have to purchase, no purchase necessary. Just go over there and get your size. We'll have a booth set up for you. Also at the back there, we have lunch and learn schedule for Deyohaha, so if you want to see some of our programming that we offer here, you're more than welcome to grab some information there. We also have pamphlets at the back provided by Six Nations Lands and Resources. Those are extremely important, valuable documents, definitely to inform us of some of the ongoing land issues there. All right. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just read my little spew here and then we'll go through the agenda. So I'd like to welcome you to Six Nations Polytechnic in Deyohaha. It presents a day of reflection, 240 years since the Haldimand Tract was proclaimed to the Six Nations, honoring the sacrifices made during the American Revolution. Today we mark the 240 years with a day of reflection. We do not think of it as a celebration, as there's still ongoing issues with our lands. However, it's a small mark of achievement that we are still here today. So on the t-shirts, you'll notice the design. If you look at your program, you'll find the inspiration is based on the 1828 map by Reverend Robert Lugger, which details like the settlements of the Six Nations. And the Six Nations communities along the Grand River. So the design was by Jill Jamison, a local artist here. All right. And so just to kind of think about it this way, so the morning presentations are set for, So the morning presentations are kind of set for a reflective tone, thinking of the past with John Norton's 1804 journal, a newly acquisition by the Library and Archives Canada, and I'll be speaking more on that later. Our keynote speaker with Dr. Susan Hill will provide us more information about the Haldimand Grant, which is exciting. And then, of course, in the afternoon, we hope that the mood will shift towards a reflective towards the future. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go and how do we get there? And we have an exciting panel lined up. So I guess we'll kind of get started here. The very first person that we'll have is a video by Rebecca Jamison, our president and CEO. Just has a few welcoming words here. Just give me a second to load this up.
Morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Jamison. I'm honored to serve as the president and CEO of Six Nations Polytechnic. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Jamison. I'm honored to serve as the president and CEO of Six Nations Polytechnic. Thank you for joining us today on this special day. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, our community members, our dedicated staff, cherished students, and all members of the public who took the time to be with us today. Today marks a significant milestone, 240 years since the Haldimand Land Grant was issued to the people of Six Nations. This grant is proof of the contributions and sacrifices of our ancestors during the American Revolution. We remember their legacy and honor their commitment to ensuring our community's future. As we reflect on the journey, it's important to acknowledge the resilience and perseverance of the Six Nations community. Over the years, we've grown stronger and more united, overcoming countless challenges to preserve our land, culture, and languages. Our story is one of courage, determination, and strong spirit. At Six Nations Polytechnic, our mission is clear: to provide quality education that respects and integrates our rich cultural heritage. Our institution is not just a place of learning, but a hub for cultural preservation and innovation. Our recent achievements reflect our commitment to providing outstanding educational opportunities that empower our students and enrich our community. Today, we invite you to explore our campus, engage with our education programs, and learn about the vibrant history and culture that defines Six Nations. We have a great deal of learning prepared for you to enjoy and reflect upon. Our doors are open for you to discover and appreciate our culture. While today is a day of reflection, it's also a day to look forward. We are committed to building a future where education and culture go hand in hand, ensuring the prosperity and vitality of Six Nations for generations to come. We welcome your collaboration, your support, and participation in this journey. In closing, thank you for being here to commemorate this important day with us. Let us honor the past by building a future of unity, learning, and growth. We look forward to continuing this journey together, and I invite you to ask questions or engage with us further as we celebrate this day. Your presence and support mean a great deal to us. Thank you.
Yeah, Rebecca. Oh, just give me 1 second to change that back over. Okay. So up next, we'll have words from Deyohaha, Bobby Henry. Bobby, are you here? Oh. Yeah.
I tend to hide in a corner, but in a way that's cool, you know? Scano Sagwego, hello everyone, welcome. Bobby Henry ni gaso hana the has nega sakaya songo hoinya the one hega ni wage shout dan gayo kono ni wakwenzo dan. So my name is Hana the Has, which means he goes over town. Ask me later about a joke about my name. I'll tell you a funny story that Taylor and I talked about. And he said, don't call yourself that, but ask me about it later because I'm going to be around today. Trust me, it is funny. If it's not, then just say it's a dad joke, and I won't be offended if that's the case. Okay, so a little bit about me. I'm a PhD student at Trent University. I work here at Deyohaha as the interim director. So my research is really looking into Indigenous language revitalization, and my background is an academic. And I'll talk a little bit about what that means because I bring a particular set of views about what is happening here at Deyohaha. So in my role, I support this fabulous team. So you met Taylor and also Tanis and Heather, and also everyone else who's put this event together. For me, I help them and advance their work, and anything that they need funding for, I'm the one who brings it to life in terms of helping to get funds to kickstart many of these projects. So colloquially, you can say I'm the money chaser. For context, I arrived at Deyohaha in May of this year and jumped right into the mix of things that was happening already. Before that, I worked as a researcher in a mainstream post-secondary institution, so I think and approach everything like a researcher. In my current position at Deyohaha, I see an important fact worth addressing. Our people are researchers, and they do so through learning our languages, consulting with our old people, attending ceremonies, to name a few. There are also the researchers we know who are working in the universities, colleges, and post-secondary institutions who are also doing amazing work. I see Sue, she's right there. I want to start my opening speech with a quick thought experiment for all you to think about. How do we know about the Haudenosaunee at Grand River? The question may be simple to answer to some, but others would argue the actual answer is complicated when factoring in many variables. It is kind of simple for me to answer because I come to know our people through growing up in our community and spending time with various longhouse families and people. Yet it is complex because there's lots I don't know about our history. However, if you lived outside the smaller niche or community of longhouse people, you'd likely come to know the Haudenosaunee through another means. You may have had to rely on different sources and perhaps reading material written by non-Haudenosaunee. And this is where I'd like to focus as well. What is this information source, and how did this come to be? what might be missing and what might be accurate. Again, this thought experiment is meant to be a provocation. It is for you to begin wondering how history is retold in oral accounts and written sources. The oral sources are subject to their own scrutiny, but this is another conversation for a different day. Instead, I'm merely stating that our experiences in interacting with different stories shape us, whether that's books or oral knowledge passed down through the generations. So as we begin today's conversation, keep those points in mind because we're dedicating today the 240th year to be a day of reflection. Since 1784, what has happened? What did our ancestors experience, and how are the impacts of those moments shaping our lives today? If you know a thing or two about Deyohaha, this center works as a vessel to bring home bits of our history, historic documents, and more. The staff here does incredible research and developed an excellence in archiving. It is truly a luxury that we have Deyohaha in our community. In my short time, I've come to witness the process of how material is brought home through dialogue with external organizations like the Library Archives Canada. I won't share too much about it. Taylor will walk us through what that means because there's a story there. And one of those materials that was returned home are the journal and letter correspondence of John Norton, which I had the privilege to see with Taylor at the Library Archives Canada in Gatineau, Quebec in June this year. For me, it was a memorable experience if you ever have a chance to feel and work with archival material, to hold a document that is over 200 years old. And if you have a chance to look at it in person, John Norton had good penmanship, wrote in cursive. If you're not used to cursive writing, a little tricky to read, but I like a challenge. Anyways, it's a memorable experience because there's a lot to unpack in his stories and his correspondence. And today, I look forward to hearing a bit more about it from Taylor, but I've also had some conversations with him, but I have yet to read it myself. It's over 200 pages, so challenge accepted. So again, welcome to the Day of Reflection. 1784 earmarked a historic event in our history at Grand River. Much has happened, and there's a lot more that we need to know. Nyawa.
Awesome, now, Bobby. All right, so up next, we'd like to call up Amos Keye Jr., our band council representative. I believe he has a proclamation he'd like to deliver.
Skena so juego. Aya ki hote shwio wana shwio wat in nishwade in asis jihaneha. The high homes ni kwaskiaso. Kanya kyono ni waka shout na. Ni waka song da. Kanya tani waka shout da. My traditional name is Deyohaha. And it translates as he works with words. And if you know our history, within Sanyo, no, we have no control over these names that are given to us through ceremony within the longhouse. And it became my path, I guess, working with languages at Oshwega here. So I was able and fortunate enough to create Gawanillo out of the Woodland Cultural Center when I came back home to work as the director of languages there. And it took us 40 years this year to raise $26.8 million for the school finally at Oshwega. 40 years. But we're going to have a brand new school now for them. And I was glad to lead that through our elected council so that we can finally have a home for Kayak Kyono and Kayokohono. We can have a home now for Cayuga and Mohawk language for our young people. So I'm very proud of that. My journey has been working with a lot of elders, faith keepers here. They helped shape my purpose, I think, along with Sungwaya Disong, who gave me this name, Deyohaha, through the Longhouse. So I'm really appreciative. San Hong Han, to Santone, Sani Dwaibo Sani Dwaiho. I'm really grateful to our Creator, like all of us, for Him giving us our ideology, our intelligence, our emotional intelligence, our virtues, for those of us who live here at Grand River. His passion, his virtues are still living here. So I'm really happy that his compassion is alive here at Grand River. So I reflect on that every day when I wake up, with my purpose to help my people here at Grand River. And I'm so grateful to Deyohaha, Nantoho, Swaiho, Polytech, all of the staff at Deyohaha for keeping that alive here for the students at Polytech. I'd like to thank Polytech for organizing this and Deyohaha for organizing our minds today, bringing our minds together to reflect on 240 years along the Grand River. It's so important that going forward, we start to learn about this history in an organized way, because in the next couple of years, it's going to be called upon us to support the litigation for Grand River, for all the lost income from 1784 and all of the lost lands. We're going to have to know a little bit about that. What is that going to mean if we win that court case against the Crown? What is that going to mean for us? So we need to bring our minds together to support each other and talk about that. I came to the elected council last November, almost a year now, and we've been trying very hard to raise our people up at Grand River here. Sometimes we trip, but we get back up and we try to carry on. I was really fortunate to have a grandfather, Hoyani. Augustus Williams was my grandfather, married to my Dudama, Susan Williams, along 4th line there, and he was a chief. And it was interesting. My grandmother, of course, was Mohawk, and but he had 2 sons that participated in the elected council. One of them was Ranson Jameson. He became the elected chief. And Innes Williams, his son, he was on the elected council. And he was the head at Seneca Longhouse as well at the same time. So I don't know whether that influenced me, my participation to serve my people. When you look at your own family, I guess in a way it did. Because my grandfather also was elected council, George Buck. And he was a great singer. And he knew the ceremonies inside and out as well, so it didn't change him. So I used that as trying to define who I am. I try to use that as what influences me, defines me as a person from Grand River, 6 Nations, So I just want to thank the Deyohaha for inviting me here today. It's the first time I've ever spoken here at Polytech. I was, and I still am, working at the University of Toronto. I took a stint before COVID at Brock. Then I went back to University of Toronto. I'm at the Daniel School of Architecture right now. And I'm one of 3 advisors there. And I'd like to thank my people for giving me the confidence to step into those worlds. What I say to the new architects at the University of Toronto was, or is, that does architecture have a spirit? Does it have a conscience? And I jokingly, with all the faculty there, raised that with them, because architecture is about square footage and density. How many people can we get into a square mile, into a condo, but not looking at the surroundings? And Toronto is a good example. If you ever drive to Toronto, and I tease my faculty members, when I drive from Brantford, Ganatai, you can just feel when you go down to Queenie and you see all those buildings. And when you land there, in my office, I look down Spadina, it's all concrete. I think I can count 5 trees from my office window. And I tease my faculty members, colleagues, and I say, this is so dystopian. Toronto is so dystopian, and I hope Ganatai, Brantford never gets like that. It's starting to with all these cookie-cutter townhouses, but we can help with that. You can just feel the tension when you get to Toronto. I don't know how many go there for concerts or whatever. But that's another good thing about being with people. But sometimes they look at me like I need an exorcism because I raised this. Does it have a spirit? Can architecture have a spirit and a conscience? I cite with them that when I used to drive to Toronto, my signal point or my beacon was the Sky Dome. You could see it for a long way. Now when you drive there, you can't see it because of all these monsters standing around it. And all you can see is the CN Tower now. That's in like 30 years that's happened. And then they wonder why they have so much crime, so much congestion. It's because they're trying to put us in this very small, with density and square footage. So we're rubbing against each other. So something has to happen, and that's what generally happens in a community such as Toronto or New York, all the big cities. So I just ask that our students, when I work with students, to look at it through a different lens, architecture, so that we don't have to be like that going into the next century. Because it's going to only get worse with crime, congestion. I mean, just the other night, last night or night before, those young people were killed in a Tesla, because they were speeding along the highway in Toronto. So it's just, if we have all these things we need to consider, we could help them with our knowledges. So I guess today is my day of gratitude and for being invited here and to share what I can to help our community. I want to begin to have a dialogue with Saint Hodi Aniso. I want to start talking with the Confederacy. there must be some things that we can do together. There have to be. There has to be. So I want to know what that is and find a neutral place where we can meet, just have coffee, and talk about what are their aspirations. What do they want to do? What's their hope? And then we can share what our hope and our aspirations are. Because it's been since 240 years along the Grand. And our council purposely did not want to recognize the 100 years of the Indian Act. We talked about it at council. We wanted to look at it as a new beginning. October 7th, 2024 was when the Indian Act came here. So we want to look and stretch out our hand and say, can we reconcile as well? We talk about them reconciling, but can we reconcile now? Senator Dwanagre, within our community, can we reconcile too? What does that look like? How does that begin? So that's what I hope to take as a message going forward. So today, through my work through my academic work and study, and I learned about who I am. I learned who I was through going to college and university. I never learned this stuff when I went to school. I know how to say the Lord's Prayer and sing God Save the Queen, right? But I never knew who we were. It was never taught in our school. And those of you who are old enough, you'll know about Dick, Jane, and Puff and Spot. That's what I learned. Dick and Jane and Puff and Spot. I knew all about them, but I didn't know about who I was. We couldn't even use our names in the school, Deyohaha. I couldn't say I was Mohawk in my school when I was going to school. So I'm so glad we're turning that page over now. But we're learning about ourselves in places like this, Polytechnic, Deyohaha, the Woodland Cultural Center. We have all of those instruments or agencies now to help us find out and remember who we are. So a lot of the things that I learned about was talking with elders about who we are as Senjungwahongwe. So I'm really grateful to those folks. They have all gone home now. They have all gone home. And I often sit at home with my coffee and remember all of that, those memories of those folks, about what they gave me and shared with me to empower me. And my parents as well. I had the luxury of hearing 4 languages plus English in my home through my parents. And I'm struggling to remain bilingual. When folks would visit my dad, Amos, and my mother, Rita, they could switch to the language of their visitor. I took that for granted when I was a kid. I didn't realize that till now when I start thinking about all these folks who could do that. So I think that's what drove me to really work at organizing Gawaniyo. I remember one time at a meeting here at Polytech, I suggested that our aspiration should be that all of our students can speak those 4 languages plus English. And it's ironic, I don't know how this happened. My dad's first language was Onondaga. My mother's first language is Mohawk. But they raised us in Cayuga. But I heard those other languages. So I find that really interesting. That's part of the history that I carry. So that's the history of our languages here. We used to have them all at one point. And I'm so happy for that. So I'm going to speak on a panel this afternoon as well, but I have the, I just happened to rip off the census of Grand River in 1785. There's a document here, and there were 1,840 people here at Grand River. So I found that, and I don't know how valid that is, but it says it's from the Crown. So with my work at the elected council, we have conversations as well, and we talk. So we talked about having a holiday here at Grand River that honors the Haldimand Tract Treaty. So it kind of grew organically, they call it. It just out of conversations that started to move. This is about 2 months ago when we started talking about that. So I was voluntold to represent the council here today. So the stars started to line up. Okay, we're going to commemorate 240 years. We're talking about a holiday. I can write a little bit. I have lots of colleagues who can read my writing and advise me. So today, I get to give a proclamation on behalf of the elected council. In my heart of hearts, I hope the Confederacy supports it in their way, whatever mechanism they want to. But this is a start. So this morning I was going to put it on PowerPoints or whatever, but it's a proclamation and it's the first time that's going to be recited, so drop the mic, I get to say it. Taylor, I talked with Taylor, he can make copies of it for this afternoon, if you want a copy of it. And it's going to be recorded for the radio station this afternoon. I have to go back and record for about a half hour, this proclamation. And there'll be a press release as well. It has lots of whereases in it that talks about our history. And I think those of you who teach, you can probably use all of these whereases to create a syllabus about who we are, and share that with our young generation coming behind us. About this is who we are in 2024. So I'm going to read all the whereases, and we're going to talk about them this afternoon. Taylor advised me. We'll dissect it a little bit more this afternoon with a panel with Susan and Teresa. So here it goes. Whereas, this is October 25th, proclaiming a sovereign holiday. I purposely used the word sovereign. We are going to be sovereignists. We got to believe that. Look up the word sovereign. Sovereign holiday at Six Nations of Grand River, October 25th, 2024. Whereas the Ongwehonwe and Haudenosaunee and their sacred clans settled on the sacred homelands of the Six Nations along the Grand River in 1784, and which is more than 83 years before Canada and the 4 provinces became a country in 1867. 83 years before Canada became a country. We were here. And whereas the Genesis of the Ungwahonwe states we are divine and descendants of Songwaya Diso, our Creator, and having descended from the universe as the star people from the universe. I call us the star people. As Ungwahonwe, His real people. Ne Hoe'o. He willed that we be His people. And whereas over millennia, we as Ongwahonwe, along with His love and guidance, the Hudinos, Hutani Dansha, we developed a highly sophisticated and far superior Ongwahonwe civilization of characteristics, traits, and systems, including languages, virtues, earth sciences, forms of governance, philosophies and prophecies, emotional intelligence, moral compasses, moral imperatives, and moral authorities. And whereas, prior to contact, the Ongwahonwe prophesied we would suffer and we have to endure European white privilege, including ridicule, religious persecution, physical suffering, shame, including linguicide, the death of our languages. And whereas, after contact and the subsequent 7 years' war between the British and the French, we as Ongwahonwe became allies and pawns of the British Crown. In order to take up arms and push back the new American colonists, whose cry was no taxation without representation during the American Revolution of 1773 to 1783. And whereas we had to endure the most racist piece of legislation in the world entitled the Indian Act that stripped us of our inalienable human, linguistic, and civil rights, freedoms, and liberties. And whereas we endured the humiliation of uncivilized, inhumane practices and procedures and enforcement of an Indian agent acting as a warden of the Crown on our Grand River Reserve. And whereas we endured the religious persecution and ridicule of our Longhouse spirituality, and whereas we endured the attempt to educate and remove within the spirit of the Ungwahonwe peoples the principles, rights, liberties, and freedoms contained in Ganyak Shwakogwa, the Great Law, and the Deyohaha, the Turo. And whereas we affirm that the architect of Indian residential schools was the Prime Minister of Canada, Sir John A. Macdonald, on May 9th, 1883, to eradicate Canada of the Indian problem. And whereas we recognize the attempts to take the Indian out of the child, characterized by the Crown and Duncan Campbell Scott as a crime against humanity, and as prophesied by the Ongwahonwe prior to contact. And whereas we acknowledge the Indian residential school experiment to take the Indian out of the child lasted some 150 years, or 7 generations of our histories. And whereas the honor and the founder of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in 2007 is dedicated to the Skye, Levi General, 1873 to 1925, who perished while in self-imposed exile in the United States of America. And whereas we consider the lands and waters of the Six Nations of the Grand River, 6 miles on each side of the Grand River, and all lands in Canada as sacred and spiritual. And whereas, despite all these attempts at humiliation, ridicule, shaming, religious persecution, the myriad of social and legal injustices, we remain resilient as Ongwehongwe and filled with pride to the Ongwehongwe Haudenosaunee to this day and forever. And whereas we as Ongwehongwe Haudenosaunee possess inalienable, inextinguishable, inherent human, spiritual, legal, and treaty rights. Be it resolved, the 59th elected Council of the Six Nations of the Grand River, after 240 years on the Grand River, celebrates the resilience, spirit, gratitude, and pride of the Ongwehongwe Haudenosaunee at Six Nations of Grand River by honoring all Keikhenwenzake, Six Nations, Kayokohono, Kayankohono, Onyatehono, Onadakehono, Onadawaka, the Skalwa, the Tuscarora. We honor all of them. Further be resolved, the 59th elected Council of Six Nations of Grand River hereby proclaims that from this day forward into perpetuity for the rest of our history, on each October 25th, the date of the Haldimand Treaty shall be considered, celebrated, and commemorated as a sovereign holiday of the Ongwehongwe Haudenosaunee at Six Nations of the Grand River, to recognize the Haldimand Treaty of 1784, establishing the Six Nations of the Grand River Territory 240 years ago today. Further be it resolved, the 59th elected Council of Six Nations of the Grand River reaffirms this Haldimand Treaty was between the Six Nations of Grand River and the British Crown, and the Crown's agents and successors. And further be it resolved, we invite all to celebrate and commemorate this sovereign holiday, including all local businesses, local governments and agencies, institutions, and civil services, in whatever way they choose next year. This is proclaimed on October 25th, 2024, under the hand of the 59th elected Council, 224 to 28, moved by myself, the Deyohaha Mohawk Turtle Clan, and seconded by Leslie Green, carried by consensus, under the seal of this 59th elected Council, elected Chief Sherry Lynn Hill, October 25th, 2024. So that's our proclamation today. We have to figure out how we're going to celebrate it and commemorate it. Is it another conference annually here? A big dinner? We had all kinds of suggestions when this went through council. What could we do in the community? So we celebrate Dominion Day and all these other days, but anyway, we want to celebrate our own day. Yeah. So thank you very much. That's what I have. That's a message I have from council. And I thank Taylor and Deyohaha for inviting us. Now,
Awesome. Let's give a big hand for Amos. I don't know about you guys, but I was ready to cancel to the rest of the day after you made that announcement. But I said next year, so. Okay. All right, so give me a second. So up next is me. So we're talking about the John Norton Journal next. Bobby, do you think we need like a break or just go through it? Go through? Okay. just help yourself if you need to get drinks or anything like that, or coffee, anything like that. I like to talk, so I'll keep talking. I see some of my students and my family here, so they know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're ready to go. So, okay. Oh, scan squiggle. All right, I'll get started here. If you guys need to get your drinks and whatnot, we'll get started here. So, as we look at the program, our topic to talk about is the 1804 John Norton Journal. So it was a recent acquisition by Library and Archives Canada. And so we're really excited to look at what's in here. So we'll talk a little bit about that today. Again, my name's Taylor Gibson. I'm a senior researcher at Deyohaha. So one of my jobs is to, look for these materials and to kind of analyze and research it and kind of figure out what's in there and how does it relate to us, and kind of make sense of it. So today I'll just talk about a few things, three things: how we learned about this journal, what we found in this journal, and then making sense of it and understanding its significance to it. Oh, yeah, so there we go. So here's the three things. So we'll be discussing the three items I mentioned. How we learned about this journal, connecting with Library and Archives Canada, through email correspondence, and of course, we had a meeting, so I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. And of course, we had an open invitation or it was extended to us to go visit them in Ottawa. All right, so other things too is what we learned. So we'll talk about a little bit of a look inside John Norton's 1804 journal. Information related to the Grand River lands, and then so what? Making sense of the journal. So that's one of these, we'd like to try to make sense of them and try to figure out what does it mean in the context of it. So I really like doing this kind of work, and I find it's like a puzzle. And it's like putting all these pieces together to kind of put this story together, right? So this is a little bit about our first story here. So our first interaction was with Library and Archives Canada, and just kind of how we learned about it is that, prior to working as a senior researcher, I was actually working at Library and Archives Canada as an archivist, and then I later became an external engagement officer. And so I got to learn a lot about archives and how it's structured and all this kind of material, and so we made a lot of good connections there. And so I get this email from Library and Archives Canada saying that they're thinking about acquiring this new journal here. And it's quite fascinating. So again, historical stuff is interesting to me, but War of 1812 history is a little bit where I kind of falter a little bit. I'm not familiar too well with it, where it's cultural information and stuff in the 1900s. Yeah, for sure. But early 1800s is really new territory for me. So we get this email, or we get this message, and then we have a meeting with them, and we connect with Library and Archives Canada. And it was actually really good. Hang on, I want to turn myself up a little bit. Oh, is that better? A little bit better, eh? Okay. Sorry, it's then I talk really fast. So my goal today is to slow down and not get too excited about things, because there is a lot of good stuff here to talk about today. All right. So yeah, I left my old job to be a researcher here, and so we still try to keep up with my colleagues to let them know what's going on and learn about some of the current issues at Library and Archives Canada. And so it was really good. So Library and Archives Canada sent an email to me, and we had a conversation, and then we had a meeting. So one of our monthly meetings, our two-row research partnership meetings, where we have community members, researchers, and academic researchers as well too, and professors. And so that's kind of how that presentation came to be, and an invitation was extended to us, and we traveled out there. So I got some images and photos that Bobby had mentioned earlier, so here's some more of that story here. So on June 11th, the director of Deyohaha, Bobby Henry, and myself traveled to Gatineau, Quebec, to be among the few to view this journal in person. So it was really a nice, special kind of thing to view. It was amazing to see in person, and this is how it was set up when we came to view it. So it was quite interesting. And of course, like these gloves that we had to wear are like super small, so when you have like big hands and trying to fit them in, it can kind of be a little bit sickening, but like it's interesting to read it, and you want to touch everything, but then it's like, oh, you can't touch things. But yeah, it was really fascinating just to see it and just to be like a little kid in there. So here we are looking very professional. And yeah, it was really exciting work there. So we'll share some more interesting, cool things that we found in this journal. And I wanted to mention too, that's the head librarian, or head archivist, Leslie Weir. So it was a big deal to have like the big boss show up to for the event. So, you know, just to show that support for us that they have. And so, you know, there is some real spirit of reconciliation there that I've seen anyway. And I thought that was a really good step. There's still lots of work to do, obviously, and of course, I agree with that. So other things that we learned about the journal. So here's something really cool too, is that we learned about digitization. And so they told us, so in the journal, there's probably about 266 pages, roughly around there. So when they told us that, we thought maybe like, I don't know, maybe a month or so to digitize this. And so they told us it took 15 hours. So they finished it all digitization perfect in 15 hours. They got everything done. The other equipment they showed us in there was really fascinating too, was customized tables, just as large as this table here, to do large maps, to digitize large maps. And like with the latest like software, it's really interesting. All right, so the other thing too, so the other thing that I notice a lot too when I go to Ottawa, because normally we have to go there quite a bit. So there's a Joseph Brant statue. Has anybody ever been to Ottawa before? You've probably seen the statue or not. One of the things I thought was really interesting about it is that when I was always spending time traveling through there, I'd always get drawn to the statue for whatever reason. You know, we know the history about it, and we know the history of Brant and how we feel about like towards his lands. So, but anyways, like I don't know what it is, but it's like, I guess it's when you're away from home, you look at whatever reminds you of home, and so that's why you kind of get drawn to these things. So that's what the statue is, and so it's really interesting to think about that too. So, so cool journal, but now what? What do we do with this? Like, okay, there's this book, they bought it. What now? What can we learn from this, right? So now what? And that's exactly how I feel, because as I mentioned, like I was super brand new into the 1800s stuff, and exactly what I felt like a little kid, because I have no clue what to do with this journal. But anyways, that's the fun part, not knowing anything about it, and then because there's only way you can go up from there is up and learn. So you learn as you go, and anyways, so yes. So I learned a bit of information here. So as Wikipedia and Canadian biography will tell you that the most common elements or story of John Norton are Deyohaha, the open door, is that he was a Cherokee Scottish descent. His father was Cherokee, brought to Europe and baptized as Norton, and marries on Norton's mother there, who's a Scottish lady. Like many of our interesting figures, it seems that in our history is that the death of Norton cannot be traced. Only a rough date of 1827, so he mysteriously disappears as well too. It's been noted that he deserted the British Army after the American Revolution and was later adopted by Joseph Brant as a nephew, roughly around the age of 30. Norton was also sent on a few diplomatic missions to Europe, and so that's what kind of brings us here today, is talk about this. So this journal is the physical evidence of his diplomatic journey to England in 1804. And so I thought this was a really interesting quote on the bottom here. So the really interesting thing about these documents is when you get this journal, it's not just this one document, but it's all these other places that it takes you towards. It leads you to these other documents too that are connected to it that we may not have known was there. So that's one of the documents that we got here, and I'll kind of we'll talk a little bit further. But it gave like a good translation of his name, the Deyohaha Galiva, Namohak, so just bear with me on that one. So open door imparting greatness, or an open heart. And keep in mind, this was not the original name that was given to him, but it was given to him 6 years ago when he was appointed a Pine Tree Chief. In 1804, Norton was sent to a diplomatic trip to England to receive a physical confirmation or document of the Grand River lands, or copy of the grant. The other thing that he was there to is to serve in the military there, because one of the overarching themes of his journal is a threat of a French invasion, Napoleon Bonaparte. He's mentioned all throughout there as this, like, so it's a recurring theme that you see in there. So there's like a very tense feel towards the journal. It's really interesting. So this is kind of a little bit of the context around it too. So like, why did Norton go over there? What was going on at this time? So it appears that there is like a disputed title at this time. They didn't really know. So this is like going into like Brant's history too. Like, so one of the things that they were trying to do, it seems like we were trying to lease these lands, and one of it was to kind of show that we had ownership of these lands. And so anyway, here's the quote. I'll give you the quote that he has there. So this is at Fort George, 1803. So this was actually in council there. One of the causes of our great uneasiness now is owing to the bad effects. A proclamation is issued by the executive government of this province that no leases which have been or shall be granted or pretended to be granted by it under the authority of any Indian nation will be admitted to or allowed of. This appears as new, wonderful, astonishing for those lands the faith of the government was pledged to us, and for those lands and for which we have a certificate of many years standing. So that's Joseph Brant. So the dispute, I think we can see the issue that Brant was facing is that they have no control or ownership of the lands, if they could not lease them to whom they pleased. So the government was being kind of paternalistic about this and the approach to order that you have to surrender those lands, so you have to follow the Crown's process to surrendering lands, and denying the right to control over lands. So the leases and autonomy of the nation to create leases was attacked by the Crown. So that's a big reason for this, why they wanted to lease these lands to the settlers, because they wanted to show that they owned the lands. There was an ownership issue, it seems, too. So the question would be, did they have the same ownership of the land they did in New York as they do, and would they be able to make the same kind of treaty? Did they have the same kind of ownership of the land they have in New York when they were making all those treaties, right? So they could sell that land there, or they could trade that land, whatever they wanted to do then. But when they come over here now, do they not have that same ownership that we had in New York? So that's kind of what I was thinking that he was kind of getting towards there. And that's why they're wanting to lease these lands, was to show that we had ownership of these lands. And of course, like the other thing that he kind of spotted towards was, he realized that the hunting was going to dry up sooner or later, and that we'd be surrounded by all non-native settlers around us, and it would deplete our hunting. So we needed to figure out how you're going to have like passive income, how you're going to have income for our people. And so that was one of the things that he was thinking about at the time. And it seems like, he would lease the lands, and it seems like such a bad thing, but it was a way that you could create income and to generate for people here to survive. It wasn't just about surviving either, it was about thriving and living on the land. Good. So anyways, so that's kind of like the context around it. And then we'll have another document here, and we'll come back to this too at the end, because it's really interesting. Because it does explain like Norton's mission to why he came over there. So this is what we found in 1806 at Fort George in the treaty here. So in the council minutes recorded by John Norton in the Ayer collection at the Newberry Library, which led us to another interesting document. So Fort George in 1806, Brant provides the reasoning for why Norton brought the lands matter to England and not dealt with the Upper Canadian government. So it says, in our business, we were reluctant to trouble His Majesty's government in Britain with so trifling affair. However, at any time my nephew desired to go to Europe and to serve in the war. We hoped that an opportunity occurred for him to make representation of our situation, to expedite the conclusion of the business to our satisfaction. But hang on to this. We'll come back to this document here because it's extremely important. So a little bit more about the journal. This is more about the physical journal. So it documents Norton's 1804 journey from Albany, New York, to Scotland, all the way up into to England. All right, and so the letters are not specifically addressed, but we believe they're written to Brant because of several references that he mentioned in there. And of course, like at the end, it says like he kind of just pretty much just lays out to him. So that's kind of who we guess it is, but it doesn't actually say like to Brant or anything like that. Just my dear friend, and then it bids adieu, and that's pretty much how he ends it. So you kind of get the clues that he's talking about Brant. All right, so it was recently digitized June 2024. It's purchased by the Canadian government, by the Barclay family, and so the Barclay family was in UK, and they had a really strong presence to send this journal back to Canada, because there was a bid from the Americans as well too to try and purchase this journal. So there was a lot of interest in acquiring this journal, so we're very fortunate that Canada was able to get it. And also there's a link, so it's digitized, it's on their website, so you actually can follow the link if you're interested, if you need help getting to it, it can help you out. But you can download it as a PDF and you can access it as well too. So I'll share a little bit of his travels, so you can kind of see mapped it out too. So this is through, we use the software called Batch Geo, and it allowed us to create maps here and map it out. So this is just a screenshot of it, but what you're able to do with this is to actually click onto actual plots there, and you can read up information about it. So it's one of the things that you can do with it. It's, if you're an instructor or teacher, that's a really good software. It's really easy to do, all you need is Excel sheet. yeah, so that's pretty much where it lays out where he traveled from. So again, like the journal starts out in Albany, New York, and it ends in Portsmouth, London. So one of the things that kind of sticks out right away as soon as like we got there, like one of the things that was kind of really eye-popping for us was this large index of names. And so it has like a list of Mohawk names as well as, well, a code, kind of like a code, our glossary. It has like Mohawk names corresponding to like the English names. And so we can imagine this was written for Brant. But again, like what are the names on there? Some of our chief names on there. And so what is that relationship? So these are just more things that we kind of got to explore, more things that we get to work with some of our Mohawk language speakers and learners as well too, because they have a lot of Mohawk names on there. So it's very interesting stuff when you find this. So the numbers that are beside it too when you go in there are actually correspond to the page number. So it's like a glossary or an index. And it could have been several reasons. You know, there was a real threat towards the French invasion. So he might have used it as a code in order to, you know, to mask his letters to who he was corresponding with. So it could be several reasons. Oh no. Oh, Bobby, when you get a chance, can you bring a charger? You can, charger. Sorry about that. Okay. Hopefully we'll get here in time. All right. Okay. All right, so here's some other things here that we can add to the journal. So Norton was connecting to relatives. That was one of his major things. But also in his little correspondence there, he kind of reveals his journey as well too, so we can kind of hear it from his own words. So he writes that in his entry, after the first emotions, we began to converse, so he was meeting with his family. Converse on the motives which caused me to undertake the journey. That which respected your affairs, so he's talking to Brant there, was sufficiently pleasing and satisfactory, but my own individual intention on serving the war was not so well thought of. However, they could not bring me to think like them, nor could I change their sentiments. We dropped the subject. So again, it tells us a little bit about like his journey, and it kind of confirms with what the other documents are saying and why he was ordered to serve in the army, but also to kind of like get a kind of resolution for our matters and the confirmation of our lands. And like the other thing too that's really interesting in here, it has like a little bit of like, so all throughout the journal, like it gets little parts of like, you can kind of glimpse of his wit, and it's kind of funny like some of the things that he mentions. So another account that he talks about is the character of Joseph Brant, for example. So again, this is another did giveaway that we know that he's talking about Brant. So Norton was connecting with, sorry, that's my last sentence. So he writes in his June 9th letter. So just to pick up on his bit there, the conversation turned chiefly on the nature of our country and character of the inhabitants, which certainly gave me as much pleasure to communicate as it could to them to receive this information. You, however, had the only pleasing side of you, the only pleasing side of your character, and I left it to their own judgment to inquire the rest. For although we should always say nothing but the truth, it is not necessary to tell all the truth. I don't know why, but I thought that's hilarious. Like, that kind of reminds me of like, I could be like everybody. So yeah, I guess it kind of just adds a little bit more like humanness to like Joseph Brant too, right? Like, oh shoot. Well, 1 second there. Hey, pick up the charger. Oh. Darn, just when I was on a roll. Okay. Let's give it a couple minutes to boot up there. All right, woo. Okay, we're back up. That was quick. All right, now, Bobby. Okay. So yeah, all right, so we got Norton's, we catch his wit there. Okay. Slide 16, okay. All right, so Norton locates his family and visits his mother's homestead. So he does connect with his family, so there is that connection there. So it was in this place called Talena, Scotland. So I never heard of that place, so I had to look it up, and that's where I got this image. It's really beautiful. So this also exemplifies the fact that Norton was mobile. He traveled through more than he sat and wrote throughout Scotland and Europe. So like I said, he had about 21 entries in the journal, but it's not limited to just where his entries were, because he talks about all these different places that he traveled to with his family. He'd also talk about the beautiful Scottish landscapes as well as the English landscapes. And then the other thing that he would kind of mention about is all the like fancy dinner parties he got invited to, because he ended up partying really with like the aristocracy. Can't even talk this morning. Aristocracy. Like he ended up meeting all the fancy people, right? And he got invited to very fancy dinners. So we'll talk a little bit more about that too. So he actually got to go visit his old childhood farm. So this is what he had to say about that. And he had I really recommend reading that, because it had really good reflections in there too, like about like the time and space and memory and connection to the land. And I thought it was really good. So it's like page 38, 39, 40. Definitely read these. But so I'll just give you a account of a little bit what he had to say. So the next day I'm taken to see the farm where my deceased grandfather passed his life, and where my much regretted mother was born. This object caused my many sensations to rise at the recollection of her tender care during my childhood, and the affection she ever expressed for her native place. So like I said, though, I recommend like reading it, like reading the connections that he has, a reflection to his land and that connection to it. All right, so we can keep moving. So travel in Europe. So the other thing, the comment too that he mentions too, is that he kind of makes a short little remark here. So Norton remarks about how well the traveling in Europe or England is at the time. And so he writes in his July 20th entry, "The roads are so good and the carriages are so plenty in this country that traveling is almost like sitting still, performed without any bodily execution. Few people of any condition going to any distance on foot." So this was also the golden age of stagecoaches. So that was like a huge big thing here. So this is actually an image from 1879 of like the English omnibus. So you could kind of see like how big it was and popular it was. So again, like you get little glimpses of that too, of his travels. And so it's really fascinating to talk, where he talks about like going up to all these different places and how he gets there. Anyways, so yep, it's very interesting stuff. I would recommend that. And oh yeah, so the other little piece we kind of connect with it too. So another interesting piece of history that's connected to this journal is, whether you're religious or not, but just more purely as a historical interest, Norton documents in his journal his hiring of the translation, or his service for translation of the Gospel of John by the British Foreign Bible Society. So he writes in there, "Teachers in our country, they ask me," so he's talking about some of the scholars there, "they asked me what part of the scriptures have been translated in the Mohawk language, which I told them that when I proposed that I would further translate the Gospel of John, this I really agreed to, and I immediately made a commitment." So this is another theme throughout his journal, is that he's talking about working on his translation work and getting paid for his time there. So it's really interesting in that way too. But that's the actual document there, the actual book there that they have at Library Archives Canada too. So that's the actual work he was translating on. All right, so let's kind of get moving here. Oh, so the other thing too that at these dinner parties I mentioned that he talks about, so there's always these little chances there where he has to give character references or descriptions of like Ongohoe people, and so we get some of those glimpses in there too. So I wanted to share one of them with you. I don't know, I don't really get to catch what somebody had said, but he had to feel this need to say something. So I'll read to you what he said. So on the September 1st entry, attending a dinner party, he said, "I cannot allow indolence to be a peculiar characteristic of the natives of America. The man that will run in pursuit of a bear or a buffalo all day, dance all night, exact every nerve to come off a victor in playing at ball in the plain before the village, exposed to the burning ray of the sun, or that will march 200 leagues through the desert to fight an enemy, cannot with propriety be called indolent." So again, like just little cultural references like that, and it goes further into it too. Like I want to share with you so much of it, but I just have to cut off little pieces of here and there just to share with you. But again, this page here 95, 94, and 97, you get more references in there too, and I highly recommend reading it. All right, so another little thing that kind of comes up too a lot is, and he mentions, he makes a really good observation and comparison. So he talks about subjugation, and he talks about wage life compared to like our way of like adoption ceremony. So he talks about subjugation of slaves and slave labor versus like how we adopted people into our communities. Again, I'm not going to talk too much on it, other than I recommend reading that part too. It's really interesting. But it's, again, page 95, but I'll give you a little bit more. Oh, sorry, page 97. It's the same entry, so you can just keep on reading. So you will say perhaps that our ancestors, although cruel and fond of war, were yet never so unjust to reduce a state of slavery that vanquished enemies, but generally received them as adopted members of the community, and the observation is true. So he talks about like having to review a lot of history books there too, which I find is really interesting, and it gives us more clues to go look for. And it's interesting that he has also defending us while he's there too, and so he's writing the rant about all these little instances. So very fascinating stuff. I really enjoyed that. Another little connection too that they mention is just like they talk about like the 100 years since the Mohawks have been Christianized, or some Mohawks have been Christianized, and it just to bring us back to like, you know, only 100 years from 1800, 1804, you're talking about like around like when they went to go visit Queen Anne in 1710, so roughly around that time. So it's only within the span of 100 years like they actually went over to go visit her, right? So again, like that history is so connected, and it's not too far off. I won't read too much into that, but the other places, other cool, interesting places too, and not so much related to like Haudenosaunee stuff, but also he tours like some universities. So one of them is Cambridge University. He also tours the library. He mentioned some of the interesting things like the play by Milton that's there, and yeah, just little details like that. So nothing too major or anything like that. And then of course the other thing too that's really interesting is that so he gets invited to dance the war dance there too. So he goes to these dinner parties, and. So it's like, it must be a really interesting scene to have like this, like really fancy dressed up English European people, and then you have John Norton that's there, and he's also like dancing like the war dance, he's dancing all kinds of things here. So it would be interesting to know what that scene would have looked like, right? If only we had a camera. So here's what he had to say about it. So the music struck up, and the activity began to add charms to the beauty. With grace and dignity, they performed a nimble movement, excited by the lively airs. I was requested to make a short speech and dance the warrior's dance. The first I danced the flash, and then, I was unsure about this one, that's why I had to go look into more, the Miskvai. I don't know if it's Masaga or what it really is. Dance with the wall of which I had the happiness to please my friends. So yeah, and that image there, so actually, I've got another little image for you, or another document to share with you, but that's a little bit later at the end. But it's a really interesting one, because it's not the first time he dances that war dance, and there's another reference to it too that we'll talk about. So that's, if you're not familiar with that image there, that's sketches by David Cusick. David Cusick was also a veteran of the War of 1812. He would also have had an opportunity to see people do the war dance as well too. So that's what that little sketch is there. All right, so the other thing that was really kind of fascinating too is the visit to the London docks. Because if anybody's familiar with the fur trade, you know, like that aspect of it just happened here. We just know like the hunting, and it gets shipped out to Europe. We don't know what happens to it afterwards, right? They made hats or something like that, as far as we know. But what's really interesting though is this visit there, because he kind of talks a little bit about that too. And the other thing I wanted to add too is it kind of pulls back that curtain you know, as to where the products from the fur trade end up. So this is why you had to write it to it. So the young gentleman took me to the Quebec shipping, the London docks, a vast product of industry and labor, which greatly favors commerce. He took me to see the extensive storehouses containing the furs that are brought from the different parts of America. When I saw the ships from the shores of Lake Erie, the Miami, and the Wabash, it called to my mind my friends, as I knew it was the produce of their hunting. Yeah, so it's like really fascinating stuff like that too. I get really excited when we kind of learn more about that. You know, where are all the things that we can learn more about? Oh, so that was the other thing that was pretty wild too that was in there. So he actually gets to attend the play, and it's at the Royal Theatre in Drury Lane. So it got, just before it actually burnt down, I believe in 1806, and it got rebuilt in 1809 or something like that. And so we got to visit it, and one of the really cool things is, at this time he was there, the king actually showed up there with the royal family, so he talks about that too. And I don't know if he's just kind of gassing himself up, but like, so here's what he says there. So on April 25th, the entry, we learned that Norton took in a play where the king also happened to attend at the Royal Theatre. So he says, Garagoa, or the king's name, was no sooner seated when he took out his eyeglass and began to take a view of our box. He also gave it to those who sat next to him, but the play opening called off our attentions. And I'll show you a picture of what he was probably wearing during this time too, so it would have caught their eye for sure. And this the other thing too is it is exciting or interesting, but also exciting to see how close he got to the royal family as well. And the other thing too that kind of came up, and it just like exposes to more information, is that he also got to take in a really famous play, famous actor of its time. So if you were in England at that time, this is the thing you would be doing, because this was like the thing to do. You know, keep in mind, there's no movies or anything like that, so the actors are actually on the stage there. So one of them that we learned about is this really famous John Phillips Kimball. And so he was actually a famous actor during that time. And so we know that Norton viewed his plays because he talks about him. He talks about the play that he gives a description of it. So that's a little bit fascinating because, you know, he has this connection with Joseph Brant. He's spent time living for our people. He has that type of thinking with us. And so he's talking about it. It's almost like having our people there at that time too and like, being exposed to all this stuff, right? So he takes in this play. There's some images there. So yeah, it's very fascinating stuff. And then let's go down to the last one. So the portraits, so like just like that Bible there I was talking about, there's another thing that kind of comes up too that connects these two historical documents that's really fascinating, and that's these portraits here. So these are the image or the clothing that he was wearing over there. So it's really fascinating because he talks about in the journal. What did he say about her? Right. So he said that I went to sit for a portrait of a young lady at a great genius for the painting. This is a miniature. A portrait of full length has been taken by one of the most eminent artists of the country. And that's Mather Brown. So that's the image of this fellow here. So that's searching again to kind of figure out who this person is. And then, of course, the other little girl that she's talking about is this Mary Ann Knight. And so that's the image there that I have at Library of Canada. So when we went to go visit it, that's the actual image there that she painted. So that's what connects it, and he actually mentions it in the journal right there. So that's those connections there. All right, so we'll kind of start trying to wrap this thing up now. Okay, oh, hang on. I got something going on here. What's going on? Oh, okay, good. Okay, I gotta wrap this up. See, I'm young, but I'm old. Like, I can't see. Okay. All right. Okay, so slide 27. All right. So here's like the kind of the climax there of his journal there as I was reading through it, and like, you're like, when is this guy gonna get to the Six Nations matter anyway? Because like I just read through all this stuff and I'm learning about landscapes and like hanging out at dinner parties. Like, where is the matter? Like, where is it? And so, so it kind of leads up to here. So he gets the word that he meets, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he meets somebody and he tells him that he has a copy of General Haldimand's grant. Come meet him at this tavern. And so he goes over there and meets him there, and he finds out that, oh, he was mistaken. That kind of feels like a real common theme in our history and our story too. Like, we're so close, but yet so far away, something happens, right? So this is what happened. And one of the things that we do learn is that he was trying to get the Privy Council. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with Privy Council. So that's like the advisory council to the crown or the sovereign at the time. So it started, the one at that time started in 1800s. 1801, I believe, that's when that one formed. But it had a predecessor of the Privy of Scotland, Privy Council of Scotland, I think it was called. But it got formed over to the Privy Council, and then that's like for Scotland and England. Right, so I'm not like a scholar in English history or anything like that. This is what the Wikipedia told me. But anyways, basically it's a special advisory group to the crown, and it's a very important one too, because if you want your matters heard, this is the place to go, because you're gonna get it solved. So we do learn that, you know, when this door closes, another window opens for him. And so there's this other thing too. So he gets recommended to go meet Lord Dorchester, or Sir Guy Carleton at the time. And so he's quite old at the time, and so he's also, they say, kind of on his deathbed. All right, so here's what he had to say. So he called on him, and so he got a letter of introduction, so he had to meet him. So he called upon Lord Dorchester, and I asked him for a few lines of introduction, which he favored me with. The real intention of, so this is Lord Dorchester here, he's talking about it. The real intention of the grant was to give the land to the Five Nations and their posterity forever. This was much as I could inquire. I therefore thanked his lordship and retired. And then, of course, like it kind of really starts picking up too for Norton and his mission to getting these lands confirmed. So another person that he meets as well too is Lord Camden. And who's Lord Camden? He's also a member of this Privy Council. So like there's a lot of like energy and fervor to like support him in this mission. And so what happens? Lord Camden promises to lay the petition out in Privy Council. And so this is like, that's it. He did his job. Like this is like the most important thing ever. It's good. He did it. This is it. But I got bad news, everyone. Bad news. That we can't celebrate too early. So something happened. So we learned to, like, you can tell in the mood of his journal. It is like super positive, and when you get to this part, it's such a high, like in his writing, it's so like nice. You get to this letter, it changes everything. The mood just changes. Like I don't know how it can change in a notebook so much like that. Just writing, you can tell like even like the mood, everything is just down. And so what it says is that, so in a very anticlimactic way, Norton receives news, and so he writes to Brant about this. So it acquainted me with the dispatches that having been received from Canada, giving information to the government that you disapprove and disavow my proceedings here on your behalf. I could not drive this significantly from my mind. So again, it lays on his mind like all the time. He's trying to do these parties, but he's like, I gotta get home now. I have to go defend myself. Like all this stuff's going on. And it's a huge, big problem that happens. So it's like a surprise. So if you don't know anything about this journal or anything about the history of it, it is a surprise. Like what happened? Why are they intervening here? So we'll get to that. And the other thing too, just to highlight this tone, right? So he does get asked to dance the war dance again. And there's probably gotta be a little bit of things of shame, embarrassment, whatnot. But he gives this entry. So he was asked, and I think his account sums up his feelings as well too. So this is what he had to say. At last it was requested of me to dance the war dance. And indeed this seemed to be the only thing that suited the state in which I found my mind. So he could tell, maybe it's just being a little dramatic, I don't know. But this is what he had to say anyway. And so somebody was actually present there. So as I said, it leads us to other documents, right? So somebody that was actually present there to witness his war dance. And so we got a little account from it. So it's an account by Charles Alanson, who was the Baron Headley. So it's from the accounts and descriptions made by John Norton concerning customs and manners of his country, 1804. So it said, I observed that when Mr. Norton danced, that his whole appearance was instantly changed. Instead of being mild and humane, his countenance assumed a most savage and terrifying look. He sprang from two and two to seize the enemy with amazing ferocity. The action was both manly and graceful. But if you want to read more about this, it's like more information on the first of that page and the last of that page. It's a really good account. Oh, shoot. All right, we only got 4 minutes. We gotta get through this. Okay, Hanyo, then let's get through it. Okay, so a little bit more stuff. So we did find out, so we're going back to that Fort George document we found out. So Brant, we do find out who wrote these letters and who was kind of behind all this. And it was the Indian agent, Sir William Klaus. So he said that, so Brant was at council in 1806, and so he was talking with the chiefs, and so he kind of made several complaints about William Klaus and the Indian agent. But just to kind of highlight, just the one last thing that I want to highlight of that is that so Brant explains that all right, hang on. On our behalf, Deyohaha Galakman, on our behalf, prevented him from obtaining the confirmation to our grant, which he had hoped from the justice of His Majesty government would apparently on point of being accomplished to our satisfaction. So again, like Brant confirms exactly what the journal had said, that how close he was. He was super close to getting that petition laid out until the government intervened and stopped it. Very much similar to another story that we have, right? The Skye. But what we found out is that there was a little bit of backdoor dealings here, that Sovereign Klaus went to the New York side. And so this is what Brandt gave this account. He said he went over to William Klaus went over to the New York side, made chiefs, brought the chiefs back, and they made a resolution to disavow Norton while he was out there. And so that's what the whole thing about this whole journal was about. And so, anyways, so Brandt does make a last final statement here that I want to share with you. That he does confirm, and the chiefs do confirm that his trip there was sanctioned by the chiefs at that time. So he was, there to have the business of the chiefs at hand. So it wasn't like he was there just doing the stuff for his own will or anything like that, but more of so like he got curbside by the Canadian government at that time, or the upper Canadian government. So I won't read the whole thing for you, but it's a really interesting document, though. I really recommend it. And so lastly, I'll just finalize with this one too, wrap up with this one. So what? What's the significance of this journal, right? So just kind of, I hope we kind of answered some of those questions, but the 1804 John Norton Journal details his diplomatic mission to England on behalf of the Six Nations, seeking official documentation to confirm their land rights as recognized by the Crown. It provides insights into the Grand River land grant issues, questions of ownership rights on Six Nations compared to holdings in New York, and whether they had any leasing rights. The journal documents the cultural references, including dances, portraits, and translated work. It highlights Norton's success, his near success, I should say, on his mission to confirm our lands. Again, like it was a very successful, I would say it was successful, but it was just those parts there, and it's very anticlimactic what happened. All right, I realize we're gonna be running low on time, so I'm gonna stop there. So if you have any questions, you can ask me about it or anything like that. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. All right, so we just got a quick announcement, and we're gonna have a quick break, but I just wanna have some announcements for you. So don't forget to pick up a t-shirt, one per person. They're just over there, it's free, you don't have to pay anything. Just come pick one up. We have door prize ballots over there as well too, at the registration table, so make sure you fill one up. We have extra prizes now, so please feel free to enter it in again. And now with the communications department, and Courtney Skye, who donated several copies, or a couple copies, or for her support anyway, for her donations and support, I should say. All right, so other thing is we'll have a short break, and then when we get back, we'll have our keynote presentation with Dr. Suhit. Yep. Hello, hello. Scannell, we'll be starting soon. Can you please get to your seats?
Good job today.
Check 1, 2. Test, test.
We need to see it all.
It's all good? Okay.
Oh yeah, so we have backup.
Okay. I'm pretty loud.
Back up, back up. It's working. Does that work? Hello? Hello? Does that sound strong? Can you increase the volume? Volume better? Okay.
Hello? Okay.
I can handle that.
Okay, we'll get started now. Okay. Okay, so on our schedule, we have our keynote presentation, our keynote speaker next. I'm super excited for this presentation. So I'd like to give a warm welcome to Dr. Susan Hill. See, her presentation is on, her keynote is on treaty, grant, or proclamation. What did the Haldimand promise and why? And so I'll give you a little bit of her bio real quick. Dr. Susan Hill is a Haudenosaunee citizen, belongs to the Mohawk Nation, Wolf Clan. She lives in her home community of 6 Nations of the Grand River and has worked at the University of Toronto for 7 years. She is the director of the Center of Indigenous Studies and associate professor of Indigenous Studies and History. She is the author of The Clay We Are Made Of, Haudenosaunee Land Tenure of the Grand River, published in 2017 with the University of Manitoba Press. In addition to her mainstream university education, she studied Ganyageha through Ongwana Gojokwa and Gayakono to the Grand River Employment and Training. So Sue, the floor is yours. Take it away. Now.
Nyawa Taylor. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Scano swagwego, deo andate nigyaso, otahione ne wagishout danganyak kyono ni wakwenzident. I'm really humbled to be here today. I was originally drafted for the panel, and I was still a little nervous about that, but I had my buddies with me, so I wasn't too worried. And then I got called up to take the place of one of my teachers who needs to be with his family today. So I'm grateful for this opportunity. This is by far the most important audience that I get a chance to speak with when it's our own people in our own place. That's really, to me, of the highest regard. I don't get nervous speaking to thousands of people from other places, but here at home, this is where it really matters. So I will say that I'm grateful for your patience with me ahead of time. But I'm also really excited to hopefully get to engage with folks around this. I should tell you right now that the title is aspirational. I'm not going to answer these questions. But to me, these are the questions, right, that we're dealing with, and that really since 1784, our people have been contending with this. And at different times, we've taken different approaches around it. But today, it's a pretty hot topic. We're seeing it a lot in the press. We're certainly hearing about what's happening in the courts. And it's also like a major point of conversation right here in the community and with our very adjacent neighbors who also reside on the territory, right? So we'll get into that a little bit. But because Taylor's just talking about how excited he is to start diving into the 1800s, but the 1800s are kind of like my safe place. I don't know if it's safe, but it's definitely like where this little nerd spent a lot of time. And a bit earlier to that as well, but I know that this certainly isn't taught in the schools. I'm really grateful and excited to see some teachers in the room because I think those teachers are trying to make those changes. We know it's never going to be in the Ontario curriculum, so we got to make our own curriculum and make sure that our kids are empowered with the knowledge of what our ancestors did for them so that they could still be here and that their kids and all of those who come after them will be able to be here. So I'm really excited to see teachers. I'm also really excited just to see many of you who I usually only see on Facebook. It's so bizarre, right? To see live and in person. Honestly, I think, since I became a parent, I don't get out as much as I used to in community. And then working in Toronto, I spend a lot of time on the QEW, way more than anybody should. Although I'm grateful for the opportunity to work remotely much of the time as well. So anyway, just as some background there, so some of you, actually probably quite a few folks are familiar with this. This is not a promo to sell copies. I don't really get much from a sale of a book. I think it's like 10 cents or something. But what I want to say though is that I'm going to try to address things that I did talk about in my book. And that book is the result of research that I had the chance to do when I was a grad student at Trent. Trent didn't teach me how to do this, but Trent gave me the time to do the work. And with all of it, it was very much guided by and inspired by our own researchers, our own scholars, and our own thinkers. And I take responsibility for what I've said, but I've always done my best to make sure that folks in the community knew what I was saying and that it resonated with what they knew to be true based on those things that their families had passed on to them. So that's a bit of the background. Because I am a history geek, I like to go back to what happened before an event to try to understand what was really going on with that event. So much of today is going to be spent in, much of this talk, I promise not to take the whole day, but much of this talk is going to be spent in the 1700s and 1600s even in some cases. So I hope that that's not, I hope that's helpful for folks and not too different from what you thought might be happening. I'm certainly not as creative with my slide presentations as Rick Hill, but I did borrow some of his slides, so you'll see those. I'll probably make note of them as well. And certainly I'm sure all of our good thoughts are with him and his family right now. So I think that it's really critical for us to try to contextualize our history using our own ways of thinking about things. I'm limited in terms of my Ongohoe Neha language skills, but I do try to use those that I have, and particularly to try to think about what our languages teach us about how we can frame this even in English. Because it's very easy to frame it in the way that the colonial system has framed it, but it's really important for us to think about trying to use English in a way that better emphasizes the way that we think about these things. So for example, I think that when we're talking about the colonial period, that it's better to frame it around Haudenosaunee-Haudenosaunee relations. And that's not because, I'm just trying to show that I know a few words, but thinking about like, how is our mind actually supposed to function around these questions? And how is it that we're supposed to structure these conversations, particularly amongst ourselves, but also amongst those people with whom we interact? It shouldn't always be on their terms. And wherever and whenever possible, it should include our terms, partly because it also disrupts sort of that power dynamic. So when we're talking about Haudenosaunee-Haudenosaunee relations, there's a number of European nations that we have to engage with in that conversation. And I would suggest that there are a number of key treaties that we should be familiar with. I'm not here to tell you exactly what these things mean. I'll tell you what I think they mean, but it's of great importance that each of us actually tries to learn what we can about these treaties and then to determine what it is we think about them and what makes sense to each of us around these things. So we know, and we certainly embrace this quite well in our community, about the Gaswenta or the Turo Wampum, the Dikni Deyohaha is another term that's been used to talk about that treaty. That one's talking about two roads or two paths, but the Turo Wampum is generally the pretty common term that gets used. Gaswenta, we often have been using that term to talk about that treaty, but Gaswenta technically is any wampum belt as I understand it. But we often sort of use it as if it's the Gaswenta, which is okay too. Like I think whatever works for us is fine. And generally too, there's a pretty good recognition amongst our people that when we hear Gaswenta, we're talking about that. So Sort of the next sort of touch point in history that I think is really important for us to be familiar with is, comes in 1664, and it's the first treaty that we make with the English. I tried to, and sometimes I forget because we're used to referring to the English as the British, but they're not actually the British until I think it's 1704. So it's useful to sort of have those touch points too in their history, just to make sure that we don't get caught up in clerical errors that others might try to launch at us. So 1664, and what the context behind this is that the English and the Dutch had fights all over the globe. And it was basically about control over colonial expansion. And so they were warring with each other in many different parts of the world. In 1664, in the summer, they reach a peace agreement. And they basically divide up their colonies in those places where they had been fighting with each other in different parts of the world. And our territory got handed to the English. The Dutch withdrew their rights to what was at that time New Amsterdam, and it became the colony of New York under the control of the English. Within 2 months, the English sought to treaty with our leadership. Within 2 months of this peace agreement with the Dutch. So in other words, they knew that it was of critical importance if they were going to actually be able to secure use of this territory, that they needed to have a formal relationship with the Haudenosaunee people. And so in 1664, at a place that sometimes is called Fort Orange, which becomes Albany, becomes the first treaty site between the English and the Haudenosaunee. And if you read the actual record, it's quite interesting because they make reference to the Mohawks and the Senecas. They have some very creative spellings for our people as well at that time. And some people, and I guess this is another sort of, it's one of the things I always try to stress to people, be really careful about being literal when you're reading documents from the historic record, because I've heard people say, oh, well, why was it just the Mohawks and the Senecas? Where were the others? Were they, just not willing to be a part of this conversation? The problem is, it wasn't our people writing the document, right? It's the English writing the document. And they decided that the Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, and Senecas were all Seneca. And that's how it gets registered in the record. Our people knew the difference. Did they really care that they didn't? I don't think so. I don't think they were too wrapped up in that. They also wouldn't have been able to read that record, right? So it does not reflect our own understanding of what that is. And that's why it's really important for us to try to read these documents through Haudenosaunee lenses and to not get too wrapped up. And that's particularly relevant when we're talking about Haldimand as well, but I'll get there later. So the first stipulation of this agreement was that the English were seeking to have the same arrangement that the Dutch had prior to the English taking control. So in other words, they were upholding the promises that the Dutch had made in 1613 and took responsibility for those promises. And that's a really critical point to make, because often folks are like, oh, well, power shifted, everything went out the window. No, in that document, they specifically say that their reason for holding this treaty council was that they wanted to secure their rights that had been secured previously by the Dutch, and that they wanted to confirm that the Haudenosaunee were willing to do that. And that is what was a key piece of the agreement that we made with the English in 1664. Another key piece in that treaty was a promise by the English crown to uphold our land rights. And at that time, they reference a war with the river Indians. And it seems that it was probably the Mohicans, and maybe probably actually a confederation of Eastern Algonquin folks, Mohicans, Mohegans, and some others that are from that region. In this treaty, though, the English promised that if we were to lose that war with the River Indians, that they would compensate for any losses of territory. And that's a really critical piece to understanding what Haldimand means to us all the way to today. So it goes all the way back to 1664 as one of those initial pieces of the relationship that was built between the Haudenosaunee and the English crown. 13 years later, we find the first mention of another term to describe this historic relationship between the Haudenosaunee and the English crown. And that was the phrase, the term of the silver covenant chain. I won't go into tons of detail on that, but different mediums were suggested as the symbol of the relationship, and they settled on silver because even though it's a soft metal, it never rusts, but it will tarnish. And that's where we have that concept of the need to polish the chain. So that's established in 1677. Also around these ideas that this treaty relationship would now be securing these ideas of peace and friendship forever. And so I think our ancestors have been asking probably since 1678 just how long forever is in an English mind, right? But I think that again is a really important piece for us to think about, is we obviously know that the English aren't so great with forever, but our people are pretty good with it, right? And, you know, not that I think that they should have the power they do, but they have it. The Supreme Court of Canada has said that when it comes to treaty grievances, it is the responsibility of the Crown to actually support the Indigenous view of what the treaty relationship was. And so in other words, Jukgong is what actually was agreed to, not, you know, English forever that really only lasts until it's no longer economically advantageous for them. It's about the Haudenosaunee concept of forever. 1701 Beaver Hunting Tract, and we know that this is probably one of the most contentious historic agreements between the Haudenosaunee and the English, but it also helps to establish a really important understanding, again, of why the Grand River lands are so important to Haudenosaunee people, regardless of where it is that your family may come from, but also about understanding the continued Haudenosaunee exercise of our treaty relationship with the Crown. There's lots of ways to interpret the agreement that was made in September of 1701, because it can be read in a very literal way as a surrender of lands. And in this case, it's talking about our hunting grounds north of Lake Ontario and all of the lands around Lake Erie. So like the complete perimeter of Lake Erie is what's covered under this treaty, about 800 square miles of territory. I've got a couple images. Where the heck? Okay, so this was a map that actually was attached to the treaty document, the written document. That's obviously a pretty basic rendering of the territory, but we can see certainly the lakes. There's actually a really nice poster of this out in the hallway. Or there was, I'm not sure if it's still out there. I know sometimes renovations happen. And then this is a map that will be a bit more legible to most of us. And that orange is looking at the beaver hunting grounds. So I'll skip back to where I was. So the provisions of the 1701 Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty, and it has lots of different names. It's most commonly referred to in the written historic record as Nanfan, named for the guy who was like the lead negotiator, the English guy, right, who was the lead negotiator. I'll use Nanfan, but I'm not super fond of it because, again, it positions as if the English are more important in that relationship. It certainly does not convey this idea of peace and friendship forever. The Haudenosaunee understanding, or at least if there is one that we can say we have one mind about, is that this was the Crown's promise to protect our interests in those hunting grounds forever. Again, we know we have different ideas about what forever means, but it becomes another really essential piece in understanding how it is that we came to make permanent settlement along the Grand River. Just a couple images. Folks are quite familiar with these, but I just wanted to share them. And the lower belt has been attributed as a belt that recognizes that covenant chain relationship. But there are other belts that make reference to it as well. But I know folks like visuals. I can be a little text heavy at times, so I just wanted to break it up a bit. So a bit more info, though, about the 1701 treaty, and I'll use Fort Albany Treaty or Albany Treaty. Beaver hunting grounds is how certainly we talk about it in our own context of thinking about the territory that was covered under the treaty. One of the key aspects of this treaty that I think is important for us to think about is how this treaty was an extension of the dish with one spoon. And I say this not because there's a lot of different ways that the dish with one spoon has been employed in recent years. And I'm not to say that I'm the definitive answer to this, but when I talk about the dish with one spoon, I'm talking about those provisions under the Great Law that speak to a common economy that our people agreed to when we built the Great Law, when we built the house. One of the provisions in the agreements we made with ourselves was this idea of a common economy. And to me, the dish with one spoon wampum belt embraces that really very well. But if you've had the opportunity, I know there are folks in the room who actually know the real speeches related to the way that this is documented in our language and in our ceremonies. Others of us have had the chance to read different ethnographic captures of some of those stories and speeches. The best one that I'm familiar with is a book called Concerning the League, and that's taken from an Onondaga narrative of the founding of the Great Law. I encourage folks to check that out sometime. It can seem a bit intimidating because it's the Onondaga language text with a translation under, but it's a really amazing text. So I encourage folks to spend time with that. But in there's a really detailed conversation about this idea of a common dish. And it also documents the ways in which the condolence ceremony takes place and the way that the condolence ceremony is sealed through this common meal that's shared. Originally, it was of beaver tail. These days, it might be buffalo or beef, depending upon what our people have access to at the time. Not a whole lot of beavers, are in and around the tributaries of the Grand these days. There's some, I've heard they're coming back. But it also speaks to the fact that our people are practical people. Because it's not so much about, if it's not that animal, it's not legit. It's about, this is about actually sharing in the commonwealth of the territory and sealing that agreement to share in that commonwealth. And I do think that that's also an important thing for us to think about as Haudenosaunee in the 21st century. When we think about how many smoke shops and cannabis shops we have to pass just to go someplace else in our own community, right? But I'll get off that soapbox. I just want to plant the idea. Under this agreement, from our understanding of the agreement, we placed our Western hunting grounds under the protection of the Crown. And it's really critical for us to remember and to remind others that this was not a surrender, despite the way that a very literal read of the document might be. And I'll give you some examples so that when somebody's being a jerk to you about this and you're trying to educate them, I'll give you some points that you can share with them to help with their education process. But before I do that, I wanted to share, so obviously I've got an image of the dish with one spoon wampum. folks who are present might be able to correct me, but I believe that this wampum was held by the Royal Ontario Museum and came back to our community about 30 some years ago through a repatriation effort. What we also know, though, is that thousands of wampum records are still held in institutions outside of our communities. I had the chance 2 years ago to visit one of those records at the British Museum in London, and that's the other image that you see there. Chances are most of you have not seen that image. You can actually find it if you go onto the British Museum website and search their collection. It'll show up, but it will tell you it's a Delaware document. Now, mind you, we have Delaware folks now, but the Delaware folks in 1701 were pretty separate from us. We did have some treaty agreements, but, and that's the problem with outside institutions getting to name and define our material culture, right? And I know that there's lots of folks in the room who try to combat those issues as well, but I had the chance to spend a couple hours with this belt. And there were a few things that I was able to notice about it. And I'll mention as well, Rick Hill is the person who told me about this belt. I think he had seen it probably in reviewing the collection at the online inventory of the collection at the British Museum. I don't think he's ever been there to see it. It's a little tricky to see on this image, but at the far right, on the strands, right, that come out from the belt, there's actually a little amulet that's attached to the threads of the belt. And those threads are leather, which is important for us, which is why we're pretty confident that this is not a Delaware belt. Delaware belts of this time used a hemp woven thread for their warp threads. And this is leather, which is far more consistent with Haudenosaunee wampum records of that time. And still, I think that's the most common. Well, these days we'll use like the synthetic sinew, right? But at this time there was no synthetic sinew. There were no nylon threads. This is leather. So attached to one of those strands is this amulet that it's missing some beads, but it, and actually I'll find a picture of it and put it up after I'm done talking. It looks a lot like a beaver. And Rick's thinking when he'd seen this, and he must have talked to somebody who'd actually seen it in person, was that he thinks that there's a really good chance that this is the wampum belt that was attached to the 1701 treaty. And it makes sense. To Rick's knowledge, and maybe others in the room might know something else, but I've never ever encountered a belt that has this kind of an attachment to it. Even for other people's, like it's not something you see. There are sometimes other wampum documents that take different forms that will have sort of pieces attached to it, but I've never seen a belt like this that has this kind of attachment. But I have lots of photos of it if there's anybody who's a geek like me and wants to look at those. But I just wanted to raise that. Now, while I was there, I also had the chance to visit their library where they document the provenance of a lot of the items in their collection. This particular belt was purchased by a fund that somebody had gifted to the museum in the 1920s, I believe. And it was purchased from this guy, I have his name listed, but he basically was a broker. And what I learned from a friend of a friend who used to work at the museum is that much of the collection that they have was acquired in the late 19th, early 20th century, and often was acquired through these brokers who were speaking on behalf and working on behalf of members of royalty. Not necessarily like the queen's cousins, but like her distant cousins, right? And so often, you know, these lords and whatever would find themselves in debt. And so they'd start like pawning off the things that their families had acquired over time, right? And so this friend of a friend thinks that that's probably who this guy was who sold this belt, that he was a broker working on behalf of somebody who was of a royal line. So it's going to be really tricky to be able to actually track down the provenance of this belt, but it's one of those pieces of research that we need to do. I hope to try to spend some more time on digging around about this guy who sold the belt, just to see if there's records somewhere of who it was that he represented at different times. And he's got about 3 pieces that show up where he was like the seller. And one is like this vase from Asia and something from Africa, right? So like, it's extremely unlikely that he visited any of these places. Also with this belt, I'll mention too, when I was talking about the provenance, at one time it was listed as Lakota. So let's face it, the British Museum is not the best suited to be able to interpret the material culture of the indigenous peoples of North America in terms of specific heritage. But there's lots of evidence that suggests that this is most likely a Haudenosaunee belt, and based on the use of like the type of bead that's used and the style of the weaving, it's definitely from this time period. So there's lots of reasons to think that this very well could be tied to the 1701 treaty. And I mention this not because we need necessarily to have the specific wampum document to reference, but I think it's something that actually, it speaks to the spiritual power of which our ancestors encoded into these agreements, right? And so there is a real value to our people to reconnect with these aspects of the material documentation around these treaties. So in thinking about 1701 and putting some historical context to it, there's a few points that I wanted to raise to folks. And for people who've heard me talk before, you know that this is kind of what I tend to use a lot. This slide shows up a lot. But there are records of polishing the chain that specifically reference 1701. And these were events in 1726, 1742, and 1744. I won't dive into lots of detail on that, but again, if you're so inclined, look at those dates, look at the treaty conferences that were held at those times, and you'll see reference to this agreement around the beaver hunting grounds. In 1755, it was utilized by the British, because they'd become the British by then, as a means of gaining Haudenosaunee support in their war against the French. And I think it's really useful for us to think about what might have happened had we not ended up siding with the British in that war, or staying out of the war as it was. Many villages didn't interact. But without Haudenosaunee support, it is very likely that much of North America would be Francophone. And some folks might think that that might have worked out better for us in the end. I doubt it. When we think about Quebec, I think there's lots of good examples to show that it's, I think it may have been the lesser of two evils. Not suggesting that either side wasn't evil in that particular thing, but anyway. It also gets utilized again in conferences that happen in 1775 and 1777. And this is where it becomes really vital to think about why the Haldimand Proclamation, whatever we're going to call it, happens. And what about our history signals why Haldimand had to make the promise that he made to us. In both instances, British representatives reminded Haudenosaunee people who were present at these gatherings about our historic alliance. They went all the way back to 1664, but there was always a strong emphasis on the agreements of 1701. And there was also, and this is the piece that's really important again, it was a promise to compensate for any losses that the Haudenosaunee might incur should they decide to support the British in this, American colony uprising. What we know, and obviously we know that some of the villages chose to support the Americans, some chose to support the British, but many chose to maintain neutrality. What we also know from this time was that the Americans, neutrality wasn't good enough for them. If you're not with us, you're against us. And so Washington ordered 2 of his generals to launch a campaign against the neutral-minded Haudenosaunee nations, primarily the Seneca, Cayuga, and Onondaga nations. And that gets known in the historic record as the Clinton-Sullivan campaign, and most commonly the Sullivan campaign. But it was led by, and actually there was a 3rd general too. I have it written down somewhere, and Rick had it in his slides. But what we know certainly is that war ravaged across our territory. And here I'm using the term Ganotshunige, which is a term that it's not a common term that's used amongst our speakers, but I got this from a friend from Akwesasne, and it makes complete sense. Whether this is a term that we commonly use or not, like it's talking about the land of the people of the Haudenosaunee, right? So, so I've borrowed that and applied it here in, as again, a point of reference to remind us of the importance to try to think about these things as much as possible through our own ways of talking about our territories. We know that there was already extensive displacement of our people. And in fact, many of our folks were sort of living adjacent to or close to different forts, different British forts in particular. Although certainly for Oneidas and those Tuscaroras who were supporting the Americans, many of them also ended up around forts that were American forts, often feeding the soldiers, by the way. There's a great story about, I think it's Chief Shenandoah, whose people fed Washington and his troops one winter. Like, those guys, I don't know how it is that they didn't make provision for food, because there's also a story about the Cherokees feeding them another winter, right? Like, if it weren't for native corn, yeah, the Americans definitely would not have survived. But I digress. We do know, though, that through the Sullivan campaign, we end up being refugees in our own homelands, as well as for many of our Mohawk ancestors end up being refugees at Lachine. But for those of us who are Oswegohono, most of our ancestors were refugees around Fort Niagara. It's also really useful for us to know we weren't living in the fort. We were outside the walls of the fort. So in other words, we were still the line of defense for the British, but also we didn't get the comforts that might be found inside the fort, right? Like, we were not living in any kind of posh conditions. Like, these days where our people were living at Fort Niagara is a parking lot. So, if you visit Fort Niagara, go to the parking lot. That's where our ancestors were. We were not inside the fort. But I digress. So this is a slide that I borrowed from Rick. And he quotes here Washington's directives to Major General Horatio Gates. And I'll just read it for folks so you don't have to try to squint. The objects of this expedition will be effectually to chastise and intimidate the hostile nations, to countenance and encourage the friendly ones, and to relieve our frontiers from the depredations to which they would otherwise be exposed. To effect these purposes, it is proposed to carry the war into the heart of the country of the Six Nations, to cut off their settlements, destroy their next year's crops, and do them every other mischief of which time and circumstances will permit. So this was an orchestrated plan. This wasn't, just something they just decided to do. This was a plan. And it's particularly important, I think, for us to think about the agricultural plan that was attached to this. They understood the Haudenosaunee economy. Of course they did, because we'd already been feeding them. But they also knew that that was the most effective tool that could be employed in this campaign, was to cut off our food supply and to cut off our ability to grow new food. This is another piece that's borrowed from Rick that shows a contemporary mapping out of the trail that was followed by Sullivan, Clinton, and Broadhead. Broadhead's the other. So the yellow is Broadhead. The like reddish is basically Clinton and Sullivan, but again, most commonly we know it as Sullivan. The one sort of further to the east, I think that actually is more what Clinton did, but they met up, right? Another Rick image here. So this is a soldier's rendering of what was a typical house that they encountered in the Haudenosaunee villages that they went to destroy. And I share this because I don't know if all of our people have a good understanding that by the latter part of the 1700s, we weren't living in large longhouses for the most part. We had shifted into smaller structures. Basically they shrunk over time. So going from like upwards of a couple hundred feet in length to like 50 feet in length, and I think this was probably closer to about 20 to 30. The archaeologist Kurt Jordan created a term called the Seneca Short House to describe these smaller homes that many of our people were living in by the latter part of the 1700s. And if you ever get the chance to visit Letchworth State Park in the Seneca homelands south of Rochester, there's actually a couple of cabins there that are from a bit later. They're post-war cabin dwellings, but it's a really good rendering of what our people were living in at that time, and quite similar to this. The cabins at Letchworth are probably a little bit smaller than this one, but I particularly wanted to share this image, and this was from Rick's slides too, but it's an image that I'm quite familiar with. And this is from a painting that was done by the Tonawanda Seneca artist Ernie Smith. And it's titled The Flight from Little Beard's Town. Ernie Smith was employed under the Works Projects Act in the 1930s to document in artwork scenes from Haudenosaunee history. And his collection of paintings are really amazing. Many of them are held at the Rochester Museum and Science Center, a really nice place to visit if you get the chance. A little bit weird in lots of ways, but Jamie Jacobs works there these days, so it's a much friendlier place than it was when I encountered it first in the early 1990s. They would get nervous when Native folks showed up. They were quite forthcoming with white researchers, but when Native people showed up, they would sort of hide some things, shall we say. My first visit there, I was actually with a white professor from the University of Michigan where I did my undergrad, and she had been there several times before, and they had let her see all kinds of things. When I showed up with her, they were very nervous, and she told me, she was like, they let me see this stuff before, and now they won't let me see it. I was like, well, what do you think about that? Because it might not be legible to other folks, but white museum people know the name Hill. It makes them nervous, right? Like, they know the name Longboat, they know Montour, they know George, they know our names. And it makes them nervous. Like, I'm sure somewhere there's like a no-fly list, right? Anyway, I know they're getting better, but in the early 1990s, they were not very friendly. So I'm just going to read the description that shows up on their website about this image. So Smith's inspiration for this painting were stories told by the elders who related the events surrounding General John Sullivan's invasion of the Haudenosaunee territory in 1779. Most people fled their villages before the soldiers arrived, though many older people refused or were unable to leave their homes. When Sullivan's troops arrived, they burned the houses and the crops. Little Beard's Town, one of the towns Sullivan destroyed along the Genesee River Valley, was the home of some of Smith's ancestors. And I have friends from Allegheny and other Seneca communities who have these stories as well. In some cases, they're probably relatives of Ernie Smith as well, so like it's the story he's telling, but in others, there's not. It's just families, and particularly in this instance, Seneca families, carried on the stories of the experiences of their ancestors and still share them today. Interestingly enough, we don't hear these stories as much at Grand River, although I'm sure there are family stories that just aren't as publicly shared about that. And I know obviously as well here at Grand River, because we're a cosmopolitan Haudenosaunee community, we have lots of folks who came from the Genesee River Valley as well, right? I see Darren in the back, and I know that there's lineage there too. So, but I love this image because it's our people documenting these events and rendering them in a way that's legible to us. And so I think it's really important when we're thinking about these images, about what images actually help us to think through these things. This is another Rick Hill slide where he just captures some of the statistics related to the effects of the Sullivan campaign. 1,200 houses destroyed. At least 160,000 bushels of corn destroyed. And 5,036 Haudenosaunee refugees at Fort Niagara. This doesn't count those who end up at Lachine. Over 5,000 of us living outside the walls of Fort Niagara. So that's what happens before the Haldimand Proclamation. And it's important for us to have that context, to be thinking about the state of mind that our people undoubtedly were in at that period. So, looking again at the historic record and providing a bit of context here, the Treaty of Paris, and lots of us in the community know this, this was the peace agreement between the British and the Americans that ended the war. The war had primarily already stopped, really, for quite some time by the time that the treaty was officially agreed upon. But it was actually drafted in 1782, and this is where dates become important. Because the Treaty of Paris is, I think it's like September of 1783, but the draft was almost a year prior. And so British officials knew what they were already going to concede. And so we find out that in early 1783, they're scrambling amongst themselves, trying to figure out how it is that they're going to appease their Haudenosaunee allies, knowing that they're selling off our rights to much of our homeland territories. So they start scrambling, and there's these conversations that show up in the historic record about the discussions they were having. And I can point folks to some of those if you're interested in that detail. I know that for many of us today, and not even so much from like our Mississauga neighbors and in some cases relatives, are we hearing this talk about, well, this, you know, where we're here before you. Where we're hearing it often are in the municipalities around us. In Toronto, I hear it all the damn time. Forgive my language there, but it's a little frustrating because they will employ things like the treaty, the Three Lakes Treaty, right? Where they're referencing the Mississauga surrender, and they're talking about, well, this proves that we were here before you. They haven't read the treaty, for one thing, and they certainly are very unfamiliar with the archaeological record as well. Aside from that, though, I did want to share just one snippet from the Mississauga surrender that was made on May 22nd, 1784. We, the Mississaugas, are not the owners of all that land laying between the three lakes, but we have agreed and are willing to transfer our right of soil and property to the King, our father, for the use of his people and to our brethren, the Six Nations. And that's extremely well documented. This isn't sort of like something I dreamed up and tried to like, you know, create sort of a spin. This is in the written document. And again, I mean, obviously, I think, you know, the Mississauga also ought to be accorded an opportunity to interpret this through their own lens, but a statement about we're not the owners of all that land it's pretty clear, but also and it speaks to a couple things. It may, in fact, be speaking to like a cultural value about, well, we don't really own land, although I'm not sure that really holds up given sort of their treaty record, and not just in this part of Southern Ontario, but they actually made land cessions. Different Mississauga communities made land cessions all the way from here up to Ottawa. And there was almost always this statement, well, it's not really our land, but we'll take what you want to give us for it. And I think what they were really acknowledging was the fact that lots of people have a historic claim to this place, but they were willing to step out of that as part of the agreements that they were making. So this is useful information if you encounter a hostile presence around the rights of Haudenosaunee people to Southern Ontario. This is a useful piece of information, potentially. We know, obviously, October 25th, 1784 is the official Haldimand Proclamation, but it didn't just happen that day. This wasn't Haldimand got up that morning and decided to write some stuff down. It was the result of months of negotiations with Haudenosaunee leadership, and also within the officials of the British Crown, of the Indian Department. Because, as I said, they were scrambling, starting at least in early 1783, before they had even officially signed it away. They were scrambling to figure out how it was that they could keep the peace with their allies, the Haudenosaunee. And this culminated in this promise that was made on October 25th, 1784. But there's a series of events that lead up to that. Some of the documents related to that, if you're interested, show up in the collection that was compiled by Charles Johnston called The Valley of the Six Nations. So there's a number of those documents in there, and then there's a few scattered in other places. So finally, I know I've taken a long time to get here. In thinking about the different terms that get used to talk about what it was that Haldimand said and did on October 25th of 1784, these are terms that I see referenced in the record. Treaty, deed, grant, promise, proclamation. I have to say that I've often taken a pretty hard stance against the description of it as a treaty. We know that the current litigation employs the term treaty, and it's been a conscious choice of the Land Claims Research Office that's situated under the elected council for a number of years to employ that term treaty in reference to Haldimand. And I'll say my main grief with that is that I don't believe that, first of all, our people didn't sign anything on that day, so we were not parties to it in the way that other treaties were. And it also, there's no corresponding wampum attached to it, right? And we know that while certainly there were sort of less wampum belts being made in this period, there's still wampum belts that get made after this. So the fact that there's no wampum record, to me, demonstrates this wasn't a treaty in the understanding of our people. However, and I'm sure the reason that elected council has opted to put it forward as a treaty through the claims process is because it meets those standards that Canada understands a treaty to be. And so they're trying to leverage sort of Canadian thinking around what the Crown's obligation is related to this. And I think that's okay. And actually, I forgot about this, even though it's in my book. I came across it a couple weeks ago. There's a record in 1881, or 1891, the dam in Caledonia washed out. And there's a record in where the chiefs brought this to the Indian agent. Well, he always showed up at our council meetings, right? So in a council meeting, they said to him, we don't want that dam rebuilt. And they gave 7 reasons why, including just the negative impacts on folks who lived along the river road in terms of the flooding that often happened and how it became difficult for folks to build houses on that land, as well as securing of sustainable place for crops, and also the washing out of bridges along the river road. But they referenced the Haldimand Proclamation as a treaty in that, on that day when they were making this statement about basically their decision that the dam should not be rebuilt because of the negative impact it had on our community. And so in other words, there were times over history where our own leadership employed different terminology as a means, I think, of getting the attention of the Crown. I am quite confident that they were not unclear, though, about sort of what happened in 1784 either. So I think, again, what's important, and I think where we're at these days is that we've forgotten to have those conversations internally, to understand that just because we use a term in an external situation doesn't mean that it's taking the place of what we understand it to really be. Really, and I think that's the point of this day, right? I think that this is why the folks at Deyohaha wanted to bring our people together to have these conversations. But in those conversations, we need to be thinking about the implications of these different terms. And particularly, like, as I pointed out, that promise, and the ideas around foreverness. And again, like, I think that those become really valuable touch points in our conversations with the Crown and with the people of the Crown, right? Like, we can call them settlers, we can call them our neighbors, whatever we want to call them, but they are the people of the Crown, and helping them to remember or learn what their responsibilities and obligations are. And ultimately, what I would suggest is that we have to expand our Haudenosaunee consciousness on the matter, and that ultimately this is part of that big package of responsibilities we have to the future generations. I don't have the answers. I don't think there is any one answer. To me, it is about trying to build a critical base of our people and capture lots of different ways of thinking about this in a way that we can then continue to put forward to make sure that our kids, particularly, have access to this knowledge and information, and that they can then come up with the ways that make sense to them to further the cause for all those who come after them as well. So Nyawa, for your attention. I'm sorry for talking at you for so long. I'm really excited to hopefully have some conversation if there's time.
I have a little bit of time. If anybody wants to ask me questions, anybody got any questions?
Terry?
Do we know how we ourselves would talk about a treaty, like in our language? Do we actually call it a treaty, or do we refer to it as a treaty?
I think that I'm just actually going to defer. If there are any language speakers in the room who might have terms that have been handed to you from your teachers, I don't know. I think often, at least what I've heard is, well, people will talk about the place. And they'll often talk about, like, so many years ago. Because in the historic record, that shows up too. Where if you look at the Sir William Johnson papers, for example, they chronicled what our leaders had to say when they referenced. And actually that 1726 point that I mentioned there, that's an instance that shows up where one of our speakers was talking about what had been agreed to like more than 20 years ago. And they're talking about the 1701 treaty. But I don't know if there's specific Ongohoineha words that folks have used to talk about this.
Because I think that if we're going to be talking about these things, we should be talking about it in freedom of language and our shared understanding of what each one of those means. Is it all the same thing to us, or is it often nuances? Because treaty is not the same as deed, grant is not the same as promise is not the same. So all of
Right.
those things, even though when we speak about the Haldimand Tract, we talk about it about the Haldimand deed, we call it the Haldimand Proclamation. I've heard people say, oh, the Haldimand treaty, and I'm not sure it's actually a treaty. It's more of a
So that's an excellent project for Deyohaha. And I think they probably already have collected some of that, right? But also like in thinking about engagements, ongoing engagements with the knowledge guardians, right? Like, and I think that's why like Deyohaha was created, right? And why the language guardians were established, so that we would have this mechanism to help sort of gather this information, right? In an organized way, not just, you know, individuals talking to their dada. Not that still needs to happen too, right? But like to have something for those of us who don't have dadas, right? Who are here anymore. So that, yeah, it became, I think the goal is that it would be a source of that knowledge, right? A recording of it.
I don't know if you have any more time for questions. You guys, Public and Bobby, are we okay? Time? One more question? Okay, one more question. Oh, okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Couple of things. A few things. You never mentioned the Royal Proclamation of 1763, where the Crown, at that time, took dominion and sovereignty over the land between the Mississippi River and the Allegheny Mountains, all the way up into this territory. And so that means the Crown actually took over the land. The Six Nations people and others didn't really know exactly that. But in 1764, they made a wampum belt to agree to it. Number one. Number two, when it comes to the Haldimand announcement, Archives Canada says it's an instrument. It's not a proclamation because it didn't meet the criteria for a proclamation. It's not a treaty because it wasn't signed by any Six Nations people. It was only signed by Document and his Haldimand and his Secretary Matthews. That's not a deed. A court in 1840 said it was an instrument of occupation. In other words, the Crown purchased the land, and then Haldimand said six Mohawks and others of the Six Nations would come and live on the land that was owned by the Crown.
Well, the Crown had already promised, though, in 1701, that this was our land. They had already recognized it. So in 1784, they're saying, we're going to protect your interests in your own land. That's what 1784 actually does. Because they can't negate 1701 without us agreeing to them negating 1701.
In 1700, okay, you know there was a battle between the Ojibwe, the Potawatomis, etc. came down, and they actually had wars, and they actually pushed the Six Nations people who were here back across Lake Erie. And in 1700, they made an agreement in Onondaga that the Ojibwe owned the land, or to take over the land here. That was before 1700. That's in the Mississauga settlement.
Which Mississauga settlement are you referring to?
One was done a few years ago where the Mississauga gave money from the Crown because of the Toronto situation.
We weren't party to that.
No, but it's documented.
But you can document it, like I said, like I can write something, and it can, if it shows up in the historic record, it can be referenced, but there has to be corroboration for it. And think about it, like, and again, not to be disrespectful to our neighbors, but the settlement for Toronto Island, I think that's the one you're referencing, right?
It was actually north of Toronto.
Okay, but those settlements are about an exchange of money. And the Mississaugas agree to never articulate a claim to those places again.
But one of the Mississauga leaders, chiefs, has a wampum belt, which is kept by the Mississauga, which relates to the 1700 agreement.
There are a bunch of wampum belts that actually talk about the historic relationship between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabe over time. And there's actually reference to that if you look into the sort of the background to both the Mississauga surrender in May of 1784, as well as which shows up in Haldimand.
In May, when Folkline said that they didn't own all the land between the three Great Lakes, the Ojibwe at the time didn't own land beyond a certain point along Lake Erie. It was taken over by other
Who?
Take away that land.
Who was it though?
That I don't know. But it wasn't the land that Pope Juan had jurisdiction over. That's why he said he couldn't give away all the land.
But if you look at their record, like the Mississauga record of land cessions, all the way from here to Ottawa, you'll find a very common terminology. So there's something there. But I think that there's a lot more to it than, and we can't rely only on the Crown record.
Hang on just a second there. I was trying to stop you there. Just hold up a second. Sorry.
Okay, I think Taylor has a time thing.
Sorry, we have to, people are hungry, so we want to make an announcement that the food's ready. Sorry, you guys can continue the discussion.
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk with you.
We also have to be conscious of our time. Lunch is ready. If you want to get some, it's coming out, it's being served. A couple announcements too. Make sure you fill out your ballot if you haven't filled out your ballot and grab your t-shirt. How about now? Okay, sorry. Yep, sorry. Like, it was a really good, engaging discussion. Sorry, just we had to put in a knot for now because I'm just conscious of the time that we have here. It's time to eat. I mean, it was a really good, informative discussion. Like, I really enjoyed Sue's presentation, and even the little back and forth discussion here too. That was, I think, a lot of people was on our minds as well too. So it was really good to hear that. I'm sorry I had to cut it short, but just looking at the time, and we still have to get through our day today. So thanks again for the wonderful conversation. Thank you for the warm presentation, Sue. We also have a small token of appreciation. And I'm trying to think, was there anything else that we need to announce? Just that we're taking it. Oh, yes, we're asking the Knowledge Guardians, please come up first then to eat, and after which you'll be able to serve. It's just line up. And again, we'll take a break, and then afternoon, join us for our panel discussion. We look forward to that. I believe it is Land and Leadership, Shaping Six Nations Path Forward. All right, so those of you who are online, we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you. And just kind of before we begin, I got an announcement. So we're going to draw 3 prizes at the end of the panel, but you have to be here to win. And then 3 more at the end of the day. So you have like double your chance or triple your chances. Okay. I guess it was a really good session this morning, and let's kind of keep things going. And to, I guess I'll start you out with a little joke again. Why don't eggs tell jokes? Because they crack each other up. Okay, that's enough of that. Sorry about that. Okay, anyways. So as we reconvene after lunch, we'll get into an exciting panel here. So it's titled Land Leadership, Shaping Six Nations Path Forward. So we have our esteemed panelists, Dr. Talena Atfield, Courtney Skye, and Amos Keye Jr., and our moderator, Amos Keye. So I'll allow her to introduce everybody into the panel, and we'll get this thing started. So thank you, and hand things over to Amber.
Scano Swagwego, Amos Keye Jr, Otahioni, Niwagishauda, Ganyak Kyono, Demakwenzoda. I'm here to moderate this discussion with our esteemed panelists here today. And so I'm just going to do a little introduction of both of them. They all of them, they have very accomplished biographies you can see in our programs to read them in full. But beside me here, I have Dr. Talena Atfield. She's an assistant professor in history at the University of Waterloo. She's Ganyakahaga of the Grand River and mixed backgrounds. She holds a Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Studies and is an associate professor here at Six Nations Polytechnic. Her research is grounded in community-based knowledge, sharing, and creation. She works with tangible and intangible Indigenous knowledges held in museums, galleries, archives, and community centers with a special focus on Haudenosaunee material culture. Employing Coming Faces teachings to the study of Indigenous studies, cultures held in collections, she critically examines the information shared with past researchers and works with community members, scholars, and knowledge keepers to find ways to reintegrate and reinvigorate this information into community practice. So welcome, Dr. Talena Atfield. We also have with us Courtney Skye. She's held a policy development for public sector at the local, provincial, and national levels with specific focuses on youth development and ending violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. Her work focuses on the promotion of the political mobilization of Indigenous women, trans, non-binary, and Two-Spirit people to create transformational change in communities. So welcome, Courtney. And we also have Amos Keye Jr. So he was born into Ongohoe civilization of the Mohawk Nation of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy of Six Nations. Amos has a lot of accomplishments. One is a community social activist. He's recently elected for the second time to the 59th elected council at Six Nations, the Grand River. In this political role, it has allowed him to advocate and secure own source funding of $26.8 million to build a new Gawaneo elementary and secondary school at Six Nations for Mohawk and Kyoga languages, and to secure funding for the community's first hospice end-of-life care at $5.6 million, and additionally secured funding for a brand new nursing home. So I think that definitely welcomes a round of applause for Amos Nyawe. Okay, so how we're going to do our panel here today is we have short presentations from each of our panelists, and then we're going to have some time at the end for some questions. We'll invite questions from the audience as well, but we also have some questions for our panelists. So let us know if you guys have some questions, but we're going to go ahead and get started, and Dr. Talena Atfield is going to start us.
Sego Sewagwego, Talena Niyongat, Skanyangahaga, Niyongo Joro, Oswego, Nide Wagino. My name is Talena Atfield. I'm Mohawk on my father's side. My father is Dan Atfield. Some of you might know him. He did a lot of work here at Polytech probably about 20 years ago. Wow, it's been a while, I guess. He's Mohawk Turtle Clan. My grandma is Jeannie Miracle Tripp, and she is Mohawk Turtle Clan as well. And my grandfather is David Curley Atfield. He is Mohawk Wolf Clan, as far as we know. My dad grew up in Brantford. and around here, between here and there. And his parents grew up between here, Brantford, and Tennessee. But I grew up in London, Ontario. So what Amos had talked about earlier, using educational pathways to kind of learn about Haudenosaunee culture and values, that's kind of the same route that I took. So I am currently an assistant professor in history at the University of Waterloo. And I'd like to speak today about my experiences working in a Western institution that is situated within the Haldimand Tract. So I'll give a brief overview of the successes as well as the areas where there's room for growth. Yeah, so perfect. Okay. So I'd like to start by bringing acknowledgement to the university's territorial acknowledgement. I'm not going to read it for you, but you can read it up here while I talk. So it acknowledges the Haldimand Tract. And to preface my observation of the importance of public outreach and awareness within the university community, the majority of people who attend the University of Waterloo don't know what the tract is. They don't know how it's important to Haudenosaunee people or Haudenosaunee identity. And they don't know what their obligations and responsibilities as settlers on this land are at all. They just kind of pass through. Some of them stay, some of them go, but none of them know. And for the most part, I find that most people don't know that there's a difference between Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people at all. Yeah, it's quite, I always joke that the presentation is called What About the Haudenosaunee, and I kind of need a t-shirt that says that, because every time I go into a meeting, that's kind of what I have to say. So, so the Office of Indigenous Relations at the University of Waterloo has adopted the territorial acknowledgement as a form of public recognition that the university resides on and benefits from lands that belong to the Haudenosaunee. Most departments and individuals within the university have adopted this acknowledgement. It's used in academic signatures and performed at many gatherings that take place across university campuses. But there's no formal acknowledgement of any treaties or agreements in recognition of Haudenosaunee governance at all. It's a fairly standard acknowledgement, and while land acknowledgements are a very minimal beginning to recognizing Indigenous presence on lands institutions continue to benefit from, it's often at the expense of Indigenous people. These land acknowledgements, as I think we're all fairly certain, they're perfunctory and performative, and as soon as the acknowledgement has been performed, it's back to business as usual. Next slide. So while the University of Waterloo has been implementing many changes over the past few years towards Indigenous inclusion, much of the broader efforts within the university are Anishinaabe or pan-Indigenous focused. Senior leadership, including the president of the university, do much of their consultation work with Anishinaabe leaders, and there's typically no Haudenosaunee representation in senior leadership or within any of the decision-making processes. Despite this, our flag is typically brought out at all events, regardless of our presence, or whether any of our voices were included in the development of the event or what the event is presenting. The Office of Indigenous Relations, as well as other departments across campus, particularly other Indigenous peoples, are focusing on Haudenosaunee inclusion in campus-wide initiatives. For example, there's several Indigenous-focused campus-wide events in the past that began without the Ohontonkali Adekwa, but with advocacy from faculty and staff and students, it's changing, and now it's being included in openings, but it's not being included in conclusions. I don't think people are quite there yet. Non-Indigenous spaces on campus are much slower to include Haudenosaunee representation. And there are some at the university who dominate discussions in very anti-Haudenosaunee ways. For example, positioning one individual as a leader or speaker for the community when they don't hold that responsibility within the community. And the institution still really tends to rely on tokenism because it really simplifies the process for them. So while many departments in the university want to move beyond the standard tokenistic representation, sorry, next slide. Okay. There are other departments that are heavily resistant to the idea of shared decision-making because it takes longer and requires intentional thought and design. So with regard to Haudenosaunee-specific issues on the campus, I was able to gather Six Nations faculty and staff members who work at the university to discuss Haudenosaunee presence on campus, as well as to voice concerns. We were able to meet once, and we were able to identify key points that we thought should be addressed, but we haven't been able to move forward due to high turnover at the university and availability and time constraints. I think a lot of the Haudenosaunee faculty and staff working at the university are pretty overburdened in terms of the service load they're required to take on. So Six Nations staff and faculty at the university continue to advocate for Haudenosaunee representation, including in the development of courses such as Haudenosaunee history, with the implementation of the Hontonkariadekwa as a model for structuring STEM classes, as well as through individual lectures and components in courses. Unfortunately, the Haudenosaunee history class was canceled due to low enrollment, but there are also initiatives underway to hire Haudenosaunee artists, including murals in the Office of Research and in the co-op and experiential education offices. There are some efforts to include Ongwehoeneha, including a Gayangeha course that runs out of Renison College, and the U Waterloo Indigenous Student Center is called Shati Di Riota. But there's also several interdepartmental initiatives that have begun to label things in Gayangeha. For example, the garden's list of plants, as well as exhibit labels in some small displays throughout the campus. But discussions surrounding potential future naming efforts typically result in a scheduling of a naming ceremony, despite interventions from Haudenosaunee faculty and staff stating that the region already has a name in Ongwehoeneha. Next slide. So public outreach has been really effective, and I think it's something that we really need to focus more on. We've been doing a lot of partnerships, particularly with Protect the Tract. I think Courtney will talk a bit about those after. But Protect the Tract has been partnering with different initiatives, including the Longhouse Labs. I think there's a name change pending for that. And Canada Research Chair projects to continue to bring awareness to the importance of the tract to Haudenosaunee people. We've done such things as beading workshops, beading the Grand River in a miniature tract, as well as the exhibitions of We Remain Certain and Treaty Girl. These have made really big impacts at the university. Research funds are being used to help support tract-related initiatives, such as week-long culture camp that engaged community members in discussions about the tract, hide tanning workshops, basket weaving workshops, and translation workshops. Despite the impacts these initiatives are having, there's still a noted lack of ignorance on part of the university upper administration, faculty, staff, and students with regard to the tract and its importance to Haudenosaunee people. Next slide. So in efforts to bring Haudenosaunee values that govern the tract and surrounding lands into leadership and upper management spaces, I've been asking the university to fulfill its role on this land and its responsibilities by advocating for more of a treaty, peace and friendship agreement or acknowledgement, as opposed to the perfunctory territory acknowledgement that's become another agenda item for each gathering. So this is what I typically use for my signature instead of a land acknowledgement or a territory acknowledgement. And I've proposed a gradual phasing out of single-use cups and food containers, suggesting that each first-year student gets a free feast kit with their registration, with the goal of significantly reducing the amount of waste produced on the campus that then heads to landfills. Students would learn through this about their responsibilities under the dish with one spoon, and would be taking concrete actions to, at minimum, produce less waste for future generations to have to manage. But I find myself consistently referring people back to the Gaswenta in discussions about how to navigate partnerships and research relationships, with the caveat that I have found that most people conflate this with braiding knowledge or two-eyed seeing, or other methodologies that seek to merge two ways of knowing rather than respect each way of knowing as separate and distinct. So coming back to my presentation title, What About the Haudenosaunee? All efforts being taken to bring awareness to the tract and its importance to Haudenosaunee people are really needed, especially outside of Six Nations. Protect the Tract has made big impacts in Kitchener-Waterloo, despite the lack of progress that has been made with Haudenosaunee inclusion at the University of Waterloo itself. I consistently find myself asking this question in meetings: what about the Haudenosaunee? Have you considered Haudenosaunee involvement? This is the Haldimand Tract, land acknowledged in U Waterloo's territorial acknowledgement as Haudenosaunee land. So that's kind of where I think we're at the University of Waterloo. And I thought I would talk to you about this today, just to kind of give a good idea of what's going on in educational spaces specifically one of the, I think there's only 2 universities on the tract, and kind of how, you know, our presence there we are there, but it's not being contextualized properly. And again, the difference between Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe people isn't recognized, and there's a lot, I think there's a lot more that people need to learn. So that's where we're at.
Yeah. This one? Yeah. She wants to know if she can use that. Yeah, okay. There you go.
Do this with moving my own slides because I have lots. I typically talk a lot. So I'm gonna try and speed through this. So Skanasogwego, my name's Courtney Skye, Mohawk Turtle Clan from Six Nations to the Grand River. I grew up in the territory, and for folks that don't recognize me from elementary school or high school, my parents are Arliss and Mel Skye, and my grandparents are Marjorie and David Skye, and then Ione and Jick Anderson. All my grandparents have passed away, so if there's young people in the audience, if you're not spending time talking to your dudas, I'm gonna steal your dudas. Like, get out there and start talking with people because I love talking with our elders. So yeah, there's just a little bit about me. Here's some of my ancestors here, some of my family on my mom's side and my dad's side, and we're talking about that traveling and that displacement. My cousins and I were able to trace one of our ancestors who was 8 years old during the Sullivan Clinton campaign. And so they would have made that travel over those many hundreds of miles and been living at the fort as a child. And so I think it's not only thinking about our ancestors as people and as decision makers, but also as children, as we conceptualize ourselves as children who are inheriting our legacy of genocide and displacement, but also how we will translate this knowledge to our coming faces. So I thank Sue for giving a very detailed overview of our traditional territory. This is the Mitchell map, but just thinking about our traditional territories and our lands and how we've come from many diverse places to be where we are now, and how we arrived from that territory there to this dispute that we've inherited over lands in the tract. So this here shows Ganastado, site of the reclamation of the Douglas Creek Estate in 2006, and then most recently the dispute that happened at 1492 Lamback Lane, where community members stopped a development from happening, but are still facing a significant amount of colonial legal pressure around this land. And so when we think about the tract, and we're all familiar with the shape, like how did we get to this weird little postage stamp on the edge of our reserve? And I think a lot about that, and I've been deeply involved with these, both as a 18-year-old who was driving myself to high school in Cayuga in 2006, driving through barricades, trying to complete my last year of education, and then as someone who lived in my car at 1492 Lamback Lane for 4 months. And like I said, we are all familiar with the colonial violence that our community has been impacted by. We are familiar with the ways in which our assertions of our land rights have been disrespected, and how our dignity is erased this process. So not only are we in this recovery mode of trying to process what's happened to us historically, but we're still continuing to face this onslaught. And what does that mean for us? And one of the conversations that I was part of and that I heard from people that were organizing in 2006, they said, we took this stand because we didn't want our children to have to carry on this fight. We did all that because we didn't want you to have to do that. And now we're a generation removed from that, and a new generation of Haudenosaunee young people were facing the same kind of police violence. And it felt like we were like caught in this generational cycle of, instead of having respectful dialogue with the Crown for our community based in this treaty relationship that Sue articulated earlier, the only way that we see Crown representatives show up in our community is with guns, pointing them at our community members. And so I want to reflect on that as well, because not only is it October 26th, but earlier this week was the anniversary of when the roads were shut down in 2021, and the police violence that our community members were subjected to on that day, October 20th. So we know that things are not great along the Grand River. We know that, we see from the research of Oneganos and Dr. Don Martin Hill, we see from the advocacy of our Confederacy leaders, we know that the river is toxic. We know that it's deeply impacted, and we know that this assertion by the Crown that we don't know how to take care of our lands and we don't know how to care for it, it's clearly, well, they're not doing a very good job of it either. So how can we have our basic human rights and dignity respected and talk about that stewardship in the land that we have this connection to? And so we know that we have this territory, but what does it mean? And one of the things that was struck, in the ways that I've been teaching and learning is they talked about the tract as being this place of refuge, that we are facing these colonial powers between the Americans and the British. And there were some people that were safe on one side of the river, some people that were safe on the other side of the river. And we needed a way for our peoples to be safe on either side. And that this was kind of envisioned as a place where, should there be any kind of catastrophe, any Haudenosaunee person could find a home here. And we've seen that happen. Like, our community is kind of a melting pot of Haudenosaunee culture. And we've seen our people come and settle here from other territories. But I think now of what our children are facing, especially our children that are on the other side of the river who are facing Donald Trump's America. And what will that mean for their lives? And how could we possibly bring back the people that have been impacted by residential schools, forced displacement, missing and murdered Indigenous women? How can we have a space for them when our community is already busting at the seams here? Our community needs more land, we need broader territories, and we need the protection of that environment that supports our material culture. That means revitalizing the land that we actually rely on for things like baskets and ceremony and all of those things. I also want to talk a little bit about the significance of what the contemporary colonial onslaught looks like. So this little map here, it's from the Planning Act and the Places to Grow Act. This is Ontario policy and legislation. This here shows in the light gray area, the municipalities here, they've all been designated as places to grow. So these are parts of Ontario where density is encouraged through standards of new housing permits. So instead of having 20 housing units per hectare, people can have up to 40 housing units per hectare. So it's a significant increase of density. And I also want to just reflect back on this as well. The Grand River runs for over 300 kilometers through one of the most densely populated areas of North America. It's maintaining a tremendous amount of people, and it's so significant that it's like, how can this water possibly do that? And that also, when we think about this, we think about, well, we may have access to water treatment plants as humans. Our plants that we're growing and the animals that live wild don't have access to that treated water. So this map here, you can see the darker gray areas. That's the green belt. So that's an area that has additional environmental protection. So there is lower density development that's happening in there, a limit to it. But when you overlay the tract on this, you can see how the borders of these municipalities line what we understand is our traditional territory. So to me, I see that as a point that at some point when they were making their own maps, there was an intention of a border there. There was an intention and a promise of maintaining that respect for that place. And then at some point it would have switched. And then you can also see how the protections, the environmental protections that exist right now in Ontario law, they end as soon as you get to the border of the tract. And when you look at this more broadly, outside of the context of our tract to our broader beaver hunting grounds territory, you can see how all of the development that is being incentivized in Ontario right now is happening in our broader traditional territory. So what do? In 2021, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Chiefs Council put in place a moratorium on development. So for folks that aren't familiar with that process, our chiefs and council, the younger brothers, the older brothers, and the fire keepers, when they make decisions and they pass it through council, it becomes Haudenosaunee law. And so this moratorium passed through that process, and it came out of this land back movement. It came from the community movement, all the land defenders, all the people that were there, but also community conversations that were being had in that time. And so this idea of a moratorium was kind of born amongst the people and brought to leadership to be like, this is what we need. And so the moratorium that was put in place is intended to stop development along the tract that's happening without our consent. And that it's only once that development and that exploitation ends that our community is going to be able to have the conversations that we need to have around the future of land stewardship, the future of governance, the future of everything that we need, the restoration, the healing of our families. We have to stop being abused and exploited for us to be able to have that time to heal from all this legacy of colonial violence. So we also know that while we are here in this place that we're at in time and space, and we know that not only our laws, but like Indigenous laws more broadly are not respected by the Crown. And so despite this being Haudenosaunee law, there's not really an understanding of our ways of decision-making, our ways of understanding ourselves, all of that. And so after the moratorium was announced, we were thinking about like, what does it mean to actually have that land stewardship restored to our community? What work do we need to do inside of our community? And what work needs to happen outside of our community to mobilize this moratorium and use it as a catalyst to talk about the future of our territory? And so that's where the idea for Protect the Tract came from. And we conceptualized it as thinking and knowing that our sovereignty is maintained by people who have to be knowledgeable about our connection to our lands, that we're confident in our identity, but also that we're politically engaged. So again, I want to talk about this a little bit. We want our people to understand how we're connected to human and non-human creation, that if we're going to be stewards of the land, we have to maintain all the ways that we're connected and to everything around us and our territory. We have to be confident in who we are. We have to know where our rights are. We have to know where all these things are. We have to be able to assert ourselves. And we have to be connected to our cultures and our language, our ceremonies and laws in order to have that confidence in our identity. But we also need people to be politically engaged. So we want our nations to be empowered, and we want our people to feel that confidence in being able to see themselves as someone in the clan system, see themselves as someone that's inheriting their unique and their distinct Haudenosaunee identity. And that this comes from my understanding of coming from, you know, a quasi-feminist worldview or a quasi-feminist way of creating change, is that the catalyst for social change in communities has to be political mobilization. And I'll take an example from the feminist movement, right? Like a lot of times you hear people say, we're gonna empower women in Africa. Empower a woman in Africa and give her a goat. And it's like, well, that doesn't really empower women. That doesn't change all of the social architecture that exists that maintains exploitation of women in a society. They actually don't need just economic stability or social stability, they need that political stability. And through supporting the political mobilization of our people, that is the catalyst for social change. And so, in so many times where we've shied away from having these political discussions, we've tried really hard to Protect the Tract to create those safe spaces where our people can have explicitly political learning opportunities, conversations, and build relationships to start thinking about unity and how we develop a vision of future for our people. So we do a bunch of different things. We do policy and research, we do public education, we do communications, we do community events, and we also do events in the public. So we do things like Talena talked about earlier, and I have some slides about those after. And then I just wanted to reflect on this too and talk about how do we create change. There's a lot of ways to create change. There's a lot of ways that people can participate in change. There's actually like legislative processes. So there are typical policy review cycles, and let's say every 5 years, legislation in Ontario is reviewed, and we know that there's a problem in that legislation. Some people might choose to go that route. They might try to participate in a process and actually create change to the written text of that document. That's one way to create change. There's also political processes, places where you're trying to speed up that process. You might use different tools that are able to create change, like maybe you do letter writing campaigns and try to push for new legislation. I think about the ways in which Ontario legislation was recently created to protect people who experience sexual exploitation and human trafficking. That was a politically mobilized movement that saw the creation of new systemic change to support people that experience violence. That's an example of that. And then there's also radical tactics. So this includes grassroots efforts. This can include many different strategies. And this is another way to create systemic and social change. And like from my perspective, I see these kind of things as all being valid. All these things kind of happen in concert with one another. And I know there's a lot of and I think about that because I think about a lot of times our people might disagree with how someone else is doing something. But I kind of fundamentally think that none of our people are trying to annihilate us as a people. Like people have their own experience of their colonization. They have their own lived experience. They have their own ways that they've learned about how to create change and do things. And then they're trying to do the best within what they know to try and advance and create safety for our people. And so in this space of understanding that we all share the same goal, we should be trying to be in conversation with each other and understand these things instead of thinking about this inherited division that's happened in our community. So there's a lot of, I was talking about systemic barriers. I also wanted to talk about this. So it's a very simplified version of Canada's Constitution. There's the difference, so the Constitution divides the powers of the government between provinces and the feds. Federal governments are responsible for the Indian Act. Provincial governments are responsible for municipalities. And there's a huge web of policy and law that exists between all those bodies, and none of them align. None of them make sense. Municipalities do not uphold the rights of Indigenous people under the Constitution. This is just a huge, horrible mess of things. But that is one big area where a lot of change can be created within that framework that exists already. But we know we exist outside of this. We know we exist relationally outside of this. This is a place where opportunities are to stop the abuses that we're experiencing. But there's also outside of that international human rights mechanisms. And that's been leveraged a lot by our people, by Deyohaha, by the people of our confederacy that participate in UN Climate Now, by all of these things. And so I wanted to highlight one of these efforts is the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People. And one of the things I've learned as a policy person is that no matter what kind of field you go into, there's always a Haudenosaunee person there who has been agitating and creating change in many different ways. It's easy to find a Haudenosaunee person at the UN. It's easy to find a Haudenosaunee person in places where change and political action is happening. So our people were a part of this process, and our people are a part of bringing life to this process. But Article 18 talks about how Indigenous people have the right to participate in decision-making matters, which affect our rights through representatives chosen by themselves in accordance with their own procedures, as well as to maintain and develop their own decision-making institutions. And so in the way that I've come to understand this, in the way that I've come to understand our human rights, I see what makes us distinctly Haudenosaunee as being that clan connection that we all have. The connection to our parents, the connection to our cousins, the connection that exists in the way that we become represented in that system to participate in our own way and to make that work. that is what has come to us as a gift through the Great Law, through the many millennia that we have lived in this territory and developed that relationship with the land. And to me, this is what this is speaking to. You know, it's my opinion that what Article 18 is speaking to is that structure. It's not speaking about the AFN. It's not speaking about the Chiefs of Ontario. It's not speaking about band councils. It's talking about the dignity that we all have as human beings that there are no preconditions to have. And that's the one thing that's really important in policy, is that there's a lot of processes and people want to know steps and all that things, but I always advocate for an urgency, because human rights are something that you should have right now. There are things that you should have and you should be able to do right now, and there are no preconditions for human rights. There's no right of someone else to set an agenda on what your liberation and freedom looks like when it's your human rights. And for me, that also includes the rights of Ongwahwe children to their language, their culture, their identity, and their family. So Sue talked about the Sullivan campaign, and I wanted to talk about this. This is a big piece of the work that Protect the Tract is undertaking right now, understanding how we're connected to other territories, understanding how we're connected to other peoples, other nations, and also trying to understand the impact of this, because it's not something that I learned about until I was an adult. You know, it was something that we don't talk about a lot. We don't talk about this as being Canada's first genocide. We don't talk about them spending 95% of their budget in 1 year on trying to destroy us, that they think they did destroy us. And what does it mean for us as a people who have survived being internally displaced refugees, surviving this genocide, trying to reestablish communities, trying to do that while experiencing disease, and then just the forward movement of time, new generations coming, the urgent need to feed yourself and all of those things. How do we have that, move out of like that survival mode to having the time and space to think about these really complex things? And it's hard because in the Ontario curriculum, this comes up for students when they're in grade 3. And I can't imagine having this devastating conversation with our children who are in grade 3 right now. I can't imagine talking about this harm with 8-year-olds when me as an adult still have a hard time thinking about this, where I still can't read those journals. I still am impacted by that. I think about my 8-year-old ancestor who survived, reading a journal about a soldier killing an 8-year-old child, and thinking about all the cousins that we've lost, all the people that we've lost from our territory. Like when those people died in that time, we lost all of our cousins. We lost all of our friends. We lost all the people we could date and shack up with. If you know anyone I'm not related to, please give them my number. But yeah, like, you know, we've gone through all this stuff and it's like, it's really hard. So if you haven't had a chance to see this yet, this is another one of our big projects. We thought about Protect the Tract and we're like, what does this look like? And I knew that if we were gonna talk about our territory, it had to be the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. It had to show our love for the territory. It had to show how deeply connected we are to our land. It had to show how much love we have for our land. And so these 4 beaders, Talena Atfield, Gabi Benenso Phillips, Gija Jacobs, and Tisha Marley, they collaborated on creating this beautiful piece of beadwork to talk about the tract and our history. It's on display right now at the Woodland Cultural Centre as a part of the 1924 exhibition. So if you haven't had a chance to see it in person yet, please do. This project took us 3 years to complete, and it's a very beautiful and important piece of moving our work forward. And then finally, we're doing youth-led work. So we've been supporting young people through our mentorship and creating space for them. And the biggest thing we're talking about what's the point of asserting governance and asserting all these things, what does it mean? I think about our children, what they're going to face coming forward, and the thing that scares me the most is climate change. That not only are they gonna have to struggle with all these things, and we're creating all these tools that they're gonna pick up and choose to use or not, but they're also gonna have to deal with the onslaught of climate change. We've all seen the hurricanes, We've all seen that happening. This is a huge piece that we're looking at being what the product of all of our efforts are going to be, is understanding how our community is going to reestablish that connection to this river as our water source, to then have something that will be safe for our children in the future. We also do a lot of other events, so if you follow us on social media, you can find all these things. And then here's our email and our website and our social media if you want to connect with any of the work that we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, Courtney. Yeah, the mic's here. So we have Amos getting ready to speak. Does it work? Yep.
Okay, Scano Swagwego. Good afternoon again. I was asked just on Monday to join this panel, so I'm going to be really brief. I don't have a PowerPoint. I just want to talk about some of the things that I've been thinking about lately, and maybe we can get a group together through Deyohaha and continue the conversations. One of them, I have 4 of them. One of them is to have a conversation about when do we use Ongwehoe and Haudenosaunee? Or do we do it interchangeably? That's one of the questions I have that I think we should discuss in a public way. And the other one, through academia and scholarship, how we self-identify as Ongwehoe or Haudenosaunee, as living in a culture or a civilization. I've been advocating it when I started at the University of Toronto in 2015 with my students, that we have a Haudenosaunee civilization. Because hockey is a culture, but they use that label for all of us in Canada as having a culture, a First Nations culture generally. So I debunked that term culture, and I'm so proud of myself. When I lectured at the University of Toronto, I think I maybe used culture maybe 3 times through my 48 hours of instruction. And I explained why I did that. Because we have all the attributes of any civilization in the world here at Oswego. We have our virtues, our philosophies, our natural sciences, our ideology, our philosophy, and even prophecy. But they say, oh, you guys just have a culture. So you dance around with some feathers on once in a while, we go and watch you, right? That's their culture. But I debunked that term culture when I self-identify as Haudenosaunee or Ongwehoe. That's another conversation I think we should have in Deyohaha. The other one that I'm working on right now as well is for us to look at the social determinants of health as Haudenosaunee people, as Anishinaabe, and as Muskego people in this province. We have the World Health Organization's list. It's usually around economics and education and those kinds of things. But I want to look at and have a conversation about including Haudenosaunee spirituality as a quality or determinant of health of a Haudenosaunee person. Spirituality, language, EQI, our own emotional intelligence, and our moral compass, our moral imperative, and moral authorities here. We've got to revisit those. It's hard to work in this community to sometimes when someone comes and says, or you question what's the dumping on your property. Are you sure that soil is safe? And they'll stand right in front of you and say, you don't have a right to tell me what I can bring onto my property. So we're losing that moral imperative that came out of having neighbors who looked out for each other. So we need to have a conversation about that in this community as well. And who has the moral authority to ask those questions of you for dumping contaminated soil on your property? So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about right now that we have to have a conversation about. I mean, someone said there's an airstrip going on in the community now. Under whose moral authority was that? Or moral imperative? So we need to have these kind of real conversations about going forward. And the other thing I'm going to try and do before I get to go back home to see my parents and my siblings is to try to put together a modern day written constitution. A modern day written constitution. I can show a federal one that has section 35, that's a footnote that says Indians and all kinds of other things in 2 sentences. But are we to the point where we can create our own modern day written constitution that doesn't derogate or abrogate from Kaya Shwakova or our languages or our spirituality? So that our descendants can use this and say, this is who we are. Because the person on the other side, as you well know, all use written documentation to verify or validate who they are. So I'm just thinking about that lately, and I just wondered whether the Deyohaha maybe can have those kinds of conversations. We might not see the end of it. A constitution takes lots of time to create it. But I can just see how beautiful the abstract or preface could be that identifies all of us as Haudenosaunee and Ongwehongwe people. And that's why we have this written constitution. I know we have an oral one, Kayan Shwakgoa, but I think we should now be at a point in our lives and our civilization to commit it to paper. I don't know if it's going to ever happen, but I think there's some people around the room that I talked to. They said, yeah, let's try and do that. So those are the 4 things that I'm working on right now, and I would consider and ask the Deyohaha to maybe start that conversation. And I'll leave it at that. So there's a lot of work for us, lots of researchers for our academics and scholars to begin to help us. I used to visit at the Woodland Cultural Center when I worked there to be, our own PhDs coming there, and I would always ask them, have you ever met as a group across Canada to maybe do a report card on Canada, on the relations with us? And maybe almost like the Fraser Institute or the Caledon Institute, to do a report card annually on how the relationship with Haudenosaunee or Indigenous people in Canada. So that's another thing we might want to think about. And we need more scholars. We need more academics. I loved working at the University of Toronto as an academic and teaching professor. But I never, in my whole education at Six Nations, did someone ever say to me, Amos, you might want to get a PhD and become a professor. For our own people, if not Canadians, that was never on the radar. So I think we need more people like that, like these people here who are sitting with me today. We need more of us doing this work. And I was only a teaching professor. Can you imagine if I was a PhD? I'd be somebody to be reckoned with. Oh. Anyway, I just want to put that out there too. I think we need to encourage people through Polytech and Deyohaha to have these great conversations in our community. And I think the big one that's going to happen, and all of you know who live here, is the litigation that's going forward. We're going to have huge amounts of engagement and conversations. And we want to begin that because the pre-trial begins on December 13th. So we want to be able to engage our community. And we're going to need some of this stuff. We're going to need some of this information about who are we in 2024, 2025. We need to take stock of who we are and have these kind of conversations about social determinants. Who are we anyway? Are those the kind of qualities we want to have, language and spirituality, as a social determinant of health, of a healthy Oklahoma person, right? We want to give them those qualities and talk to them about that. What does that mean after we get those? We need a kick-ass education system to tell our young people, because everything that I've learned, and I shared this morning, I had to learn when I went to college and university. As I said, I learned about Dick and Jane and Puff and Spot at Six Nations. So we got to get this into our education system somehow, and at Polytech. So I just want to leave those 4 items with you. Those are the kinds of things, and those are my aspirations. My last aspiration, I should say, is to get a gas station in Brantford. We need one. There's a lot of us who live in Brantford, right? Okay, Donnie too. That's it.
Amos, and especially for the plug for SNP. It's definitely the work that we are trying to facilitate here at SNP with our learners, and the faces to come, right, and preparing them for these important conversations. One of the things that I really noted from hearing from all of you, but from Courtney and from Talena, was that there seems to be this very huge disconnect, right, between the urgency that Courtney expressed in terms of the state of our land and the need to educate our young people and to recognize our political responsibilities and our responsibilities to the land. And then the performative work that's happening in spaces like universities, where we want to be able to send our young people to, become educated and learn and facilitate these conversations. So where do you think that and I know you talked about doing some work together, maybe you guys are working on that, but where do you think we can help to get some more, real work happening in these spaces, right? That's not performative, but that's, really speaks to the urgency and the importance of this conversation that we're having here today.
I'll go first. I think that we have an issue in universities where people who are making decisions and in leadership don't know who to talk to. So the tokenism is they want one person that can tell them exactly what everyone at Six Nations wants them to know. And so, it's an issue, and they sometimes find that person. But I think, university leadership might need to come here, maybe to Polytechnic, and might need to come to these things and listen to what we have as a collective to say, because they're still stuck in a mindset that, we have one elder who can speak for us, and they're just going to go to that person. So, and they just don't know who to talk to or who to get a hold of or how to deal with that. So in my experience, I think we need to maybe try and create discussions between their upper leadership and our community.
Yeah, we have a number of initiatives that we're doing, but I think one of the things and I want to acknowledge the co-director of Protect the Tract, Todd Williams, who has been very instrumental in creating this thinking and developing this thinking, is who's stopping you and why? Asking yourself those questions, interrogating yourself, I think a bit, because thinking about the movement that was started at Land Back Lane, I wasn't a part of that initial movement. It was 19 people from our community that did that. Or people or even creating Protect the Tract. I was in all of these spaces, I was I went to the Council of the Federation, or I was in the UN, or I was in Poland, and I was sitting there and it was I wish that we had this kind of thing, or I wish we had this in community, I wish we had that. And my aunt, Ima Johnson, the last conversation I had with her, I had just gotten back from Geneva, and she said, you're doing a lot of good work, Courtney. It's a good to see you out there, doing this stuff. She's but I think it's time for you to come home and do this work with our people. And that was really important. That's really stuck with me. And when I think about, wishing that there was a Protect the Tract when I was a kid, what was stopping us from doing that? And doing that work and trying to do that with that sense of urgency. Because thinking about your own experience, like if you can recall a winter where there was snow on the ground all through December and February, that's a privilege. Because our children that are in kindergarten today are never gonna have that experience. That is not their reality. That is not the life that they are going to have. And we need to understand that. We as the people who are the adults now that occupy these positions of decision making, we need to be able to recognize that urgency and start being bolder. Because, and this is like more of my like, you know, philosophical thinking about all these things, right? But it's like, we only have so much time. We're only given this gift of life and this, our good mind and our free thinking for only a moment of history and time. And what are we doing with it? And where is that boldness? Who's stopping you and why? Who are you letting hold you back and why not? And I think that there's been a lot of really bold movements in our communities that have started with people that really think about, how do I be a good Ongohoe person? How do I be a good person to my clan and nation? And being a catalyst for a lot of change in our community. So I think people really need to think about that. And if there's fear or scaredness or whatever, I think everyone can recognize we're all feeling that way. Everyone's feeling scared about climate change. Everyone's feeling scared about how we're passing this knowledge on. We all have these same kind of like anxieties about that. So let's start talking and sharing that fear with one another instead of internalizing it and being like, oh, am I the only one that thinks this way? Like, no, actually, we're all worried about that. So let's start talking with one another about it. Oh.
Yeah. I guess going along with that too, with that question, I was thinking about how can we as educational institutions create programs, like educational programs that shape the future of land stewardship. This is, I guess, for everybody. Yeah.
I think we have the talent already. We have some great scholars that we could get them as itinerant or adjunct professors here. I know their lives are busy. I know because you've got to do research and teaching and community as part of your agreement as a professor. But maybe we can invite some of them to be adjuncts to here or to help us with our new thinking. That's what I would try to suggest to Polytech. And because I know we have lots of academic and scholars here at Oswego, and we're so proud of them. Going back to the other question, I just wanted to suggest something. I think we got to be bolder too about when we meet with people, maybe a little bit more audacious. Because above confidence is audacious, right? Being audacious. So anyway, I was being audacious with the University of Toronto when they applied me with lunch and drinks to come back to the Daniel School of Architecture. And so I drove up there, and they said, we would like you to consider being an Indigenous advisor. And through lunch, and then, you know, they talked about the scope of the work and all that kind of stuff. So at the end of lunch, I said, I'll consider coming back to the Daniel School of Architecture, but only if you hire an Anishinaabe person and a Muskego person, and I'll be working as a Haudenosaunee person, to recognize and honor our three civilizations of Ontario. Long pause, and they said, well, think about it. In the middle of next week, they called me back and said, Amos, we're going to do it. So we got to get all those faculty to start honoring all our civilizations. Because I'm not a Muskego person. I'm not Anishinaabe. We're all different. And they wouldn't dare say that to a Francophone or an Anglophone person, that you guys are all white, you should be all together, right? But that's what they say to us. They label us as Indigenous, and we've got to get rid of that term. you know, and I guess if that's being audacious, I'm being audacious. But I have the confidence to back it up, right? So I think we need to do that with our counterparts outside. But we can talk about that here, because we are Haudenosaunee, right? We can talk about who we are as Haudenosaunee Ungwahome people, and with our neighbors surrounding, so they understand who we are. We're not just indigenous. We do have a civilization. Yeah.
I'm gonna, can you hear me? Okay. I know that Talena might be a little humble to talk about this, but I'm gonna brag about Talena a little bit and say that like there's a lot of ways that the people that have been in institutions for a long time and new scholars coming up, like Talena's a newer scholar, like I see how she's grown into this tradition of the scholars before her to think about how the people that are within these institutions leverage the resources that are there for the benefit of the community. Like there's just so much of that work, and I think about the academic partners that we have with Protect the Tract, you know, Sue Hill, Rick Montour, Kevin White, Teresa McCarthy, like Jolene Rickard, like Rick Hill, like all of these people have just been masterminds of doing this. And there's something really distinct about Haudenosaunee people and Haudenosaunee scholars, because I don't see other people from nations doing that. There's just this different level of community accountability that I feel like our scholars have, where they have that thinking. So it's like every time there's like opportunities for them, it becomes opportunities for the community. They are just like these conduits of being able to do that for our people. They're so strong at it, and I think that we have that strong basis already to do that kind of work. And I think about how like they've, you know, I think about the ways that Talena has participated in the Beaded Map project. I think about the ways that, you know, Rick Montour has worked in McMaster to have support the Beaded Map project being on display there. Like there's just this tremendous amount of work that people are doing. And we have this, hoping to have this like network of our scholars to be able to support one another in that. And all these different institutions that are spread across our territory, how do you do that, right? Because they kind of, at least they kind of want to look like they're doing something good. And then people that are in those positions can be like, okay, well, here's how that changes. And I think that like, there are people that are really good and suited for that role, but not everyone will find happiness and be suited to that role. And I think we have good relationships. And I think that like, there's people who are very strong at hunting and fishing and knowing how to use our land and be on the land and process that. And we have to decolonize our own thinking to recognize the validity of that lived experience and those folks to be like, they're actually doing amazing already. Like they're masters of our knowledge already, and not to just think of only the academic space as being the place where knowledge exists. We recognize, and I think Polytech's done a lot of that work too. So I guess like keep doing kind of what we're already doing. We're pretty strong at it. We already have that intuition, I think, but like, we recognize there's a need for more, right? So there's, when we did our high tanning workshop partnership, you know, we recorded it all so that there's video of it, translated it into Mohawk and Cayuga, got that transcribed, you know, got that piece, provided our community members with all the materials that they would need to do that, to be able to do it again in the future. Got a freezer that's full of deer hides right now at the office, and try to do that, right? And talk about not just deer hides as like learning the practice of hide tanning, but thinking about the deer that's living on the land, that's eating the soybeans from seeds that were grown by Monsanto. Like having that kind of conversation and thinking about it too. And thinking about even learning the skill of hide tanning as a way of thinking about the health of how our land is.
Thank you. I know we're almost running out of time here, so I don't know if we want to open it up to questions from the audience, if anybody has one. Yep. Oh, we might need it. 1 second.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Can I hear me? Yes. Okay. Okay, you have the 6 nations of the Grand River in your community, and you're talking about you know, governance and a constitution. Now, how many of the Six Nations people of the Grand River want to become part of the Confederacy and abide by the Great Law of Peace?
It doesn't matter how many people that want to live under that way, the people that do have the human right to do that. So however many people want to, they have that right. That is their right. It doesn't necessarily have to be all or 100% consensus. That's what I was talking about, preconditions, right? Like people that want to live that way have the freedom to live that way. And that is their human dignity. That's just the kind of way that we've come to understand what it means to be human. Recognized internationally by international human rights law, that is just the basis. You get to do that as a human being. You get to have all those things that are in UNDRIP. Children get to have all those things that are in the right to the child. And we have to think about that. So it's not a matter of if or all, it's like the people that want to do it have that right to do it.
Sorry, I know we gotta kind of get moving along here because we're kind of running out of time. We just have another question. Sorry, Greg.
Okay, the statement I was going to make, I appreciated the moral compass. How we have to get, you told us that we have to get back to our moral compass. We have to start protecting the land. We have to start protecting everything. And each one of you talked about the river, about being polluted and all of this, how we have to protect the river. And everybody's talking about different things, and it all comes back to honoring our land, honoring our people, honoring one another. Now, I have a background in hazardous goods. I'm well trained in emergency response. I have worked there for 20 years. There's a site right up the road from us, Tommy Howe Dump. Ever since I've worked for this company, they're the ones that dumped the stuff into the Tommy Howe Dump. And I know what's in there. It's cancer-causing agents. It's all sorts of PCBs and everything that should not be there. The stuff should have been burned in Texas or in Alberta, in the oil sands where they have the proper burners. But the federal government chose to put it on the Tommy Howe site, and I kept questioning my boss, who was the one working there. And I said, Randy, I said, what's in there and how long is it going to be there? Well, he said, we put in a real good pit and we put a special liner and we did this and that, and it's guaranteed for 25 years. Well, listen, the Tommy Howe Dump has been, that stuff has been there over 30 years now. And as far as anybody knowing what the special liner was, it was the heaviest pool liner they could find at the time. And what they had told me, my bosses and everybody under the auspices of the federal government knows where it's going. It's going to leach down into the ground, and it's going to follow the Mackenzie Creek there, and it's going to flow into our river. And that's where the cancer agent is going under the ground. And he said, why are you asking? He said, I told him, I said, I live 1.25 miles from it. He said to me, what side of the creek are you on? And I said, I'm on the north side. He said, we're expecting it to go through the south side and leach down. Now, I've talked to every person on the reserve as a concerned person. I'm trying to plead with someone, talk to the government, try to get it done. I've been buying water now since 1978. Everything we drink and everything we use is bought, and nobody pays for it except us. And we have to keep buying water. My well water's no good, and so all our drinking water and everything is purchased. Now, we're talking about that, and we're saying, well, they're saying, well, it's not my jurisdiction. They're saying it's not my jurisdiction. And everybody I spoke to all the people that I'm supposed to speak to, and I've been so far turned off, and they say, well, go to council. Like, as a people, I think we've got to start, if you want to protect your river, you want to protect your waterway. And just recently, within a half a year now, there was a fire directly across from my house. And it was a building. And there the fire department is putting water, squirting it all over, and there's the Boston Creek right behind it. And all the water's running into the creek. And I said to the fire people and everybody involved, don't we have a boomer? Can't we put filters on? Can't we stop it from going into the creek and filtering down? And I said, everything that burns changes molecular studies, and it will be a different type of a poison. It's going into our waterway. And so I told them all of this. And everybody says, that's not our land. We can't do nothing. Like, why are we watching it poison the Boston Creek? And the other creek, Mackenzie Creek, is now being poisoned from the Tommy Howe dump. And I know for a fact, up by Elmira, Chemtron has a nice pile of Agent Orange that was used in the war that they don't know how they're going to destroy, and it's along the riverside. And so why can't we as a people, if it's our land in our territory, why can't we somehow come together and tell the governments and Chemtron up there in Elmira and people like that, we're done, we're finished, we don't want this. And like our own people on the reserve, why don't we have an emergency response? The fire was 180 feet from my home, from my front window. I asked the fire department, why didn't you try to evacuate us? You didn't know what was in that building, that warehouse. Why did you not try to evacuate us? They said, we're not equipped. Well, any emergency response, the question is, if you don't know what's in that building, what do? You treat it like it's the worst thing that could be in there. And there is no response anywhere. I've spoke to everybody, to fire, I've talked to all the agencies, and it's nowhere. And like I said, I have a background in it, and I knew what they should have done. There should have been dams put up and absorbents and protecting our waterway. Now we've got a completely contaminated Boston Creek, as well as the other creek is going to be contaminated, and we're letting it go. So I just wanted to bring that out. We've got to do something. If I can do something, I will, but there's no one else that listens. So I like how we're moral compass says, take care of your land. Well, why don't we start?
Yeah, would anybody on the panel like to respond to that real quick?
I'll just do a quick little response. Like, I think there's a lot of examples of that. There's a lot of examples of these kind of like micro spaces where abuses like that are happening. Like, I'm glad you brought up the Agent Orange and all of these different, like, kind of different places, because one of the things that Sue talks about in her book is like alcohol stills in the river back. I'll have to read the book again, but like, we've constantly been advocating about this. We've constantly been talking about this. It's been something consistent we've always done, is talking about these abuses of the river. And so there are like, so as far as I'd say like creating community, like momentum around it, like there is Protect the Tract, but I also wanted to highlight another initiative called Greenbelt West. So it's a initiative that's settler driven around that land responsibility that is trying to advocate for the environmental protections that are in the Greenbelt to be extended to the Grand River watershed. And so that, it's a community, like a grassroots initiative, but there's that too around people trying to like agitate and bring attention to like those kinds of issues. So there's that underway as well, which I know is not like totally satisfactory, but I just wanted to say like, there is that thinking about, you know, that we have done enough kind of like public education advocacy where there's always been this, and you saw like the John Norton Journal, right? Like people in the Crown listening and hearing audiences, like we've consistently done this advocacy. We've had this ear and this relationship with the Crown. Like, let's identify this as something that needs to be moved forward on, because instead of like just like a perspective change around like what are the opportunities and how come we can do something about it. Because I agree, like I hear tons of stories like this from many different people in our community around, you know, private dumps that are on the reserve, people that have, you know, pouring gasoline into the different creeks and all this kind of stuff. Like it's just, there's a lot of different spaces where we can create momentum and where we need to have a broader, like, systemic change to what's happening, because what we have right now isn't working. It's failing. And so we can, and even thinking about like the Grand River Conservation Authority, right? Like the way in which their powers have been stripped by the province. It's like that body does not work. We need something else. And there's enough people that understand that we rely on this river for our health that we can say to the municipalities and the, you know, all these different things that are there, that it's like what you're doing is not working. And there needs to be radically different realities for what this river is going to look like, because the way that we've abused it is not in a way that is thinking about all of the future generations that are going to need it. And even thinking about the future generations that are going to have to deal with remediation and cleanup and resolving that, and then also being impacted by the illnesses and the cancers and the skin diseases and all that things that come from that existing in our water. Yeah. So yeah, we're really trying to have action on those kinds of things, because yeah, we agree that those are urgent and they affect people in the immediacy in their lives. And there's none of that care that should be extended to people when they're in those positions where they're being made vulnerable or exposed to things like toxic and hazard chemicals without their knowing. So we can talk more about it after.
Yeah, I think we're running, we're low on time. I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing with us. One thing I wanted to know, you know, what Courtney was saying about earlier that's really important is that, you know, we all have the ability to get involved, right? We all have the ability to just act on some of these things, right? When we see them happening, reach out. You know, I think that the work that is happening with Protect the Tract is an opportunity to reach out and, you know, get involved, right, in that work that's happening. And I think that the more people that are aware and have that understanding as, you know, that becomes our power as a community, right, to do that work. So I want to thank everyone for coming. Make sure you take note of, you know, the contact for Protect the Tract. I know Courtney had it up earlier, but maybe we can share that again to be involved. And I think Taylor's going to close us up.
So, yeah, and I just want to say a big hand for the panels and moderators. They did a good job. It's a big discussion to have, and like it's really hard too. So we're very appreciative. So we got a couple of things on our agenda just before we kind of wrap up for the day. So for this time, like if you're available, we would like to have like a networking session, chance to talk about what we heard today. We also have a tour of the IKC, about 20 people at a time. So you can come into the center and see some of our new collections, some of our new material that we have there. There's pictures, there's album or binders of photographs if you're interested. Come see what we have in the archives. And I believe we're going to do our draws as well too. Okay, we got a couple of things going on here. So you want to do that first and we'll do the draws? Okay, so just give us a couple minutes.
Oh, Amos, sorry. Oh, no, what? Fine, Alfred. Should we have?
All right. So who wants to draw first? You want to draw?
7 draws.
Should we have our guest speakers draw?
Okay, it looks like we got 7 draws.
Guest speakers draw?
Okay.
Guess who to sign it to?
So the first thing that we're going to announce is for the clay we're made of, and the author is over here if you want to get it signed. Oh, so the first name is Melissa General. Is Melissa General here? So, going? Oh, okay, no, true. All right, the next person is Kathy Montour. No, wait, what is that? Looks like Montour, right? Yeah. Okay. Kathy Montour? Is there a Kathy Montour? Oh, we got two.
Oh, wait.
Let's call her. Okay. Mika Burning. I know she's here. She's right there. Yay. Okay, so this draw is for braiding sweetgrass, and it's Anka. Is she here? Anka?
Oh, yeah.
Enki? Anka? Okay. Excellent. I know, right? Yeah, please, like, volunteer.
Not looking.
Okay, this one's for a cup. Norma Hill. Is Norma Hill here? Or is that Norma? No, this is Norma. Yeah, Norma. Oh, there she is. Oh, good. Okay, so this is for Rick Montour's We Share Our Matters, and it's Nikki Robinson. Is Nikki Robinson here? Ooh, yay. 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 The sign last? Okay.
Yes, another Sue Hill.
Okay, so this is for Sue Hill's book, The Clay We're Made Of. Charles Kennedy, Sir Charles Kennedy. Bingo. Huh? Okay. All right, so this last one is for We Share Matters, Rick Montour's book again. Peggy Rideau. Woo. All right, so for the grand prize, S&P Stanley mug. Betty Ann Bombery. Is there Betty Ann Bombery here? Oh.
Wait, she is here.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's just.
Oh, okay. Okay, she's here. That was a close one. All right. Oh, good one. Okay, so that concludes our draws on that.
We'll be back here for wrap up.
Okay. And just a final note too, like, so we can take time to mingle if you want. You can take time to visit the IKC. But we will be wrapping back up at 3 o'clock here, just to do like the closing and just any final words or anything like that. So, yeah.
thing going. Well, it's mostly me. But there's a funny story to it. So we were working with the collections, and he was showing me stuff how to access the archives. So me being novel to here and new to the position, I didn't know what was in-house fully. I had a sense by what was talked about, 6,000 pages of Jane B. Hewitt. That's a lot of paper and a lot of pages in text. So we're looking through it because my computer got fixed, and not got fixed as it was broken, but we had a data migration, which is a whole other story. Ask us about it another day. Anyway, so I was looking through one of the things we have, and I happened to come across a personal name that was noted by one of the researchers. And then I was thinking about our names, and Taylor has a question, well, two questions. What is the meaning of our names, and what is the translation of our names? So earlier today, I said Hana Dewahas, which means he goes over a town. And then Taylor has his name that he can tell us later as well, and his interpretation of his name. Not putting you on the spot, Taylor, but I invite you to also share if you want. And so I was like, well, what's the meaning of that, of my name? And I was like, well, the literal translation, he goes over a town, so what is the meaning? Does it mean I'm an overachiever? Does it mean I get so caught up and fixated in my ideas that sometimes I go overboard and I don't know what is beneath or what I'm missing? Me being me, I have a humorous bone in me somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's there. And I said, you know what? I'm gonna start telling people my name means Caledonia bypass. They asked me earlier about it, and they stayed here to 3 to hear it. So that's why it's more louder over on this side. I'm joking. So. And I talk about that all the time, and Taylor's like, heck, don't be saying it, don't be saying that. But I was like, well, it's a good way to keep people around. The people who are watching, thank you all for being here. I want to give a big hanyamagoa to everyone who stayed here, and even those who came, especially our cook, that's my cousin, Karen. And her crew, you can't forget those crew people. I saw her nephew, and I was like, how old are you now? He's like, I'm 22. I was like, holy heck, I remember, and you were just like, well, I don't know if he was ever small. He was always a big kid when I remember him growing up. So big nyawa to you, Karen, for helping that and taking care of us for today. And also nyamagoa to Ryan in the back. He's our esteemed tech guy. Yeah, he deserves a round of applause. Let's do that. Thank you, Ryan, for that. He smiles. He does smile, so he just take note of it. It's probably a rare job. I'm just joking. And then also to the crew of people. I'm the director here, so I was kind of in between running. We should give a big round of applause to Taylor for today as well. That guy, holy, you know what I mean? And also everyone else, Tanis and Heather. Thank you both for your great work, and also all our volunteers who made the day possible. Couldn't have done it with all of you. I know some are not here with us. Because they have left, because it's Friday, it's 3 o'clock on a Friday, but this is my wrap up for today. But I haven't had a chance yet to speak with some of the presenters today. I talked briefly with Sue, and just having that opportunity to talk with her and even hear her speech, it was quite this mind-boggling. I'm still wrapping my mind around it, not because I'm tired, because I was up since 5 today, don't ask why. And been here since 7:30. But the presentation, for instance, was exceptional. Really, really got me thinking about what does it mean to reflect on history. There's a lot we don't know, as I said at the beginning of the day. I hope from today that we walk away with a little bit more knowledge and maybe more questions. And that's the nature of this business. You do your research, you go to these conferences, symposiums, special events, days of reflection, anything you can think of. Typically, you walk away with more questions. And I think that's really what the panel showed us today, is the kind of questions that we can face when we do this work, because this work sometimes is challenging, but as you can see, it is very rewarding. And so for that, I will ask Taylor to come up and close us for today. And thank you all the watchers who are been on with us online today. We truly appreciate your company with us. I know you're not here physically, but we know you're there. All right, Taylor, come on up and close up. All right, so so really the short version tonight.
I just want to, just before we close out, just kind of say my thanks as well too. Like I'm very thankful for the director as well as like our S&P team. Really come together and really pull this event off. So we're very thankful. Like you guys did a good job. Our catering, Ryan, IT team, our planning team, and Katrina. I don't know if she's around here, but she did a lot of work for us, and we're very thankful for that. Of course, Tanis and Heather have definitely helped us out and supported us and getting us everything done today, and like Leanne for helping us in registration. Just everybody that's contributed, and also for y'all for participating and coming here today. So we're very thankful for that. I don't have anything really good to close us out other than just to reflect on what we learned today and just carry it with us into the future. So I'll just do a very short kunohnya, and then you can be free. And that kai wa ni nisho de and just what seals kai fanko savado ne in G5 canto some glai diso some glai kunohnya. Ni de ne enjoy he ki skan jiba yan wa ni go skan what honyo ni to gan in no joto nang wa ni go. And then it drive to it, and one day, they gan the glass dog and duck went. No, no, the one who got the two gan home, we go here to ask for this one. They could all don't get it's kind of nothing. They didn't always up, they go, yes, and it's going home. It needn't 21 on this one of you. So Wednesday, to know how the one who got need to get in no joto, and what they got. And then it drove to it, Javier, and that someone's other, and again, had you only high focus and had I heard you, touch negas and how and they didn't get us going home to cut quest net. Had you under the gates, it is so did you know what? Again, ne oya, and they got gets who can get the go, as dropped up, so no qua. Again, ne oya, so we can't need doggies, it is so did you know what. Again, ne oya, or just in the shots and go here doggy, it is so did you know what. We go to Jitty no and you need to get in the joto, and what you go. And then he jiva troy, Taka and the Katominians with this, Taka and the Kaifinaction, and to Wednesday. In Negane Kadogan, so home, how to go is net a side point was, now song where I go handle Hatchonionge. They didn't want us to go on, it's good. They didn't high for years, nice going home. Dog what news again, how you can duck, they didn't touch spots, they didn't only go heels and tough and zadits, and like this. They didn't, that's a one, so go on, it's going to die, need to get in the joto, and what you got. And I need to watch away, gaining good again, I did cap, they do can't, those can't continue. They didn't go gain it at the question, they didn't, that's one of you. Gaining good again, I did cap, they do can't, need to get you to, and what you got. And then I want to watch a read how I gave here and our great with this. Again, they are telling me, they told us that to this kind of I do not know. They didn't, I didn't get something on gets it, but then it down short. They didn't, 21 on it, set one of you. Go here and our great with this, need to get in the joto, need to get you to when go up. And then Thomas got queen, he gets again, take one of you. Thank you. Okay, you're free. We can go to sleep now. Yeah, again for coming, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the day, and everybody's viewing at home. Thanks again.